Sometimes it's of necessity, who's available. The one that I think is most discussed and most misunderstood is the evolution with our counterpart in Syria, the so-called Syrian Democratic Forces. Now, interestingly, they came about that name because at one point in time, and I dealt with them directly, I was on the formative stage of the relationship with these guys. They formerly called themselves the YPG, who the Turks would say equated to the PKK. You're dealing with a terrorist enemy of mine. How can you do that, ally? So we literally played back to them that, hey, you got to change your brand. What do you want to call yourself besides the YPG? And with about a day's notice, they declared that they were the Syrian Democratic Forces. I thought it was a stroke of brilliance to put democracy in there somewhere, but it gave them a little bit of credibility. And the interesting part, and I was lucky to have a great partner in Brett McGurk out there with me about the same time, because they were asking for things that I couldn't give them. And it literally was an acknowledgement that they were the demographic dominant force in northern Syria. They wanted a seat at the table, whether it's at Geneva or Astana or wherever talks are happening about the future of Syria. And because they had been branded as PKK, they could never get to the table. So while we paired with them militarily, Brett McGurk was able to keep them in the conversation and allow them the necessary legitimacy to be good partners for us. So it was literally something, I need you militarily, the diplomat here will deliver an entree, if nothing else, for you to be legitimate, from a state standpoint, right, or from at least a governance standpoint later on.
Idlib province is the largest al-Qaeda safe haven since 9/11.
The problem in the United States is about the whole political system. It's not about one person. Trump's election has proven again for us, again and again, that the president is only a performer. He's not the decision maker. He's part of different lobbies and the deep state, or the deep regime, as we can call it, who implement and dictate on the president what should he be doing.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Apologize for the delay in getting started. There appear to be all sorts of problems everywhere in the streaming world today. It looks like we're broadcasting on StreamYard. You guys can hear me. Let me know everything sounds okay. This morning, AM Wake Up wasn't able to go live because I guess StreamYard was having some kind of an audio issue. I believe that was rectified for whatever reason today. I'll show you some things to start. Rumble's not working for us, and Facebook already censored this show, so maybe there's more going on there. But in any case, a lot to talk about. We're going to follow up on Syria and continuing to highlight what's going on there. I mean, the bulk of today will be seeing as how that really is a center point of what it ties to a lot of what's going on, including just the general Middle East, Israel focused dynamic, and a few other points that I think are important to highlight today. I put off something I'm going to discuss tomorrow around glyphosate, just because it seemed to be the one part that was a little bit disjointed for the focal point today, but important just to throw it out there. A new study just came out as of yesterday showing you what we already know around glyphosate. And I was just going to make another point to highlight how important it is to realize how ubiquitous it is. And I say that a lot, but I tend to think people don't really take me seriously when I'm trying to tell you that it's in the air, it's in your clothes, it's in the water you're drinking, and to realize how alarming that is. Wherever, even if it's not a super dangerous chemical, the fact that that's something that we didn't decide and it's happening. I'll get to that tomorrow. My point, though, is there's a lot of different things that we're going to get to today that are mostly connected to the main point of the Syria focus. But I want to make a point about surveillance that overlaps with Israel that has to do with Palantir that we're going to discuss. A couple quick points about censorship, and one point that stands out to me that I guess you could say is still connected because of Israel. But the point I wanted to highlight was to stand back for a second and reiterate what what people have begun to have. Feels like that sounds wrong for some reason. Have begun to understand about Zionism. And really wanted to make sure we're clear about not just the main point that Zionism is ultimately a political organization that is manipulating religion and a lot of different perspectives, but that is a growing understanding of, in particular, Jewish populations in the world. And I've been saying that as well. And it's continuing to become more prevalent. And I wanted to highlight that, not just because of that point being important to see the manipulation, the lie, the deception around it, but because of how important that is to all these other discussions. Seeing what Zionism is and how that's driving most of what we're dealing with in this conversation. And I want you to see how that plays into it. But of course, the main point today, the ongoing, actually, and I will add one part about kind of making sure we're not missing the ongoing genocide in Gaza and showing you how Syria plays into that and catching up on what still is going on. There's some really important points that are developing around the story from Syria that we discussed over the last couple of days that I think what we highlighted seems to be the most logical still to this point. I'll give you some points that have deviated or more so, as well as bolstered what we were saying, but there's a lot that's still up in the air. Vanessa Beeley has added a few things that I think are important, especially around something, for example, Assad's alleged resignation speech. She's arguing that ultimately was made and was supposed to go out, but because of a deal, or rather a sabotage of a deal, somebody has stopped that from going out. And now the narrative is he doesn't care, he's fled, he's a coward, and he never even gave a speech. It's all starting to add up as kind of what we were talking about before. But still, make sure we're being very skeptical. Everything's still up in the air. But I want to start with the censorship point that I wanted to highlight to you, because it's just really interesting to me how the timing of it all. Now, this is just completely expected. Facebook, just as ridiculous as it is, immediately, and I mean instantaneously, just the link itself from the TLAV website about this show today was immediately removed, which is funny. So I guess based on the image, based on the name, it just shows you how frivolous they are with their censorship. This is just blatantly, you're not allowed to talk about these topics. We don't even know what you're going to say, censored, which is completely expected. Now, unfortunately, whatever's going on with Rumble, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know it's more than just a glitch. But I point this out before I went live because this happens to me far too often. So right now, it just doesn't seem to be playing. So for those of you that are trying to watch on Rumble, I apologize. I want to put it one more time in the chat because it seems like everyone is still there. It's not going to be playing on Rumble, it appears. Rumble not working. Bear with me. I just want to make sure all the people waiting there are going to be going somewhere else to watch it. I'll put the BitChute link in the chat there for you guys. But there's, Rockfin, plenty of other places. Now, again, I want to stress, I don't really know what's going on. Right? There's been a lot of weird stuff happening today. So it could be something larger that we're not seeing. Could be something coordinated that we don't recognize. Either way, this is something I see often on Rumble that happens to me. And I haven't asked that far around, but I don't know anybody else that has expressed they've seen this. I go set up a live stream, which, by the way, that means there's no video to process. It does take a small amount of processing to set up the stream, but that's instantaneous. Anyone that does this knows you set up the stream and it goes right into your page where your video's ready, and processing is 9 times out of 10 after you post a video or are done with a live stream or upload a video and has to process before it can be shown. So I set up a live stream and I get this 1% process line. In some cases that has never gone away, and I wasn't even able to stream that day. That was a while ago, but I've talked about it. And when you guys look at this, when it's like that, it says private. So who knows what that is? It kind of sounds like a glitch to me, but if it's selectively applied, that could be censorship. Either way, right now, I'm not able to stream. So please, if anyone's out there, if you're on the chat, let them know to go everywhere else because we have a lot to talk about today. But interesting timing, isn't it, with what was going on with Facebook censorship, with a topic today that is very, very contentious. So what we're going to talk about today to start is really just, I wanted you to make sure you're not missing how all-encompassing this really is. And so the points we're going to start about today, and one that is a little bit outside the foreign policy talking points, but as Sarah Abdallah writes, this is from today. This is, oops, sorry, people screaming in the background. You don't have to hear that, but it's from 4:30 p.m. today. Horrifying scenes from Bet Lahia, Israel, and this is the part to hear. Israel is currently seizing land in Syria. It's currently bombing Syria, bombing Lebanon, seizing land in Lebanon, bombing Gaza, seizing land in Gaza, bombing the West Bank, seizing the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. And that's not hyperbolic. I hope we're very clear about that. This is public everywhere you look right now. Few are connecting it all in one position like this. And she says the same Western regimes that screamed about Ukraine's sovereignty now applaud Israel's theft of our lands as, quote, liberation. It is really wild what we're looking at right now. Not just, I mean, it's almost like I'm getting tired of saying that. Like, it's actually, it's comical. It's cartoonish where we are. The Azov movement was one thing where suddenly these Nazis are no longer Nazis because narrative. Now we're literally being told it's okay to support Al-Qaeda, the group that was the basis for everything they say they're doing, because we don't like the other guy, or because Israel forced its way in. And I really think that's what ultimately happened here. And I'll touch on it in a second, that there was an opening that Israel took advantage of, despite deals, agreements, or even what the U.S. just rushed in and took over Syria, or is still doing so. And the fact that we just pretend like that's not crazy, even if everything they said about Assad was true. I mean, even they claim there's some semblance of international law or anything, guidelines that they just run right over the top because they say we're the right. I mean, you guys know, I don't need to stress this. Anybody with a modicum of honesty is going, this is pretty crazy. Even if you agree with Israel and the United States, you're still going, well, I mean, it just shows you that there's a lawless nature to what they're doing. And that should make you uncomfortable. Now, this is something, in regard to censorship in general, on the note of what's going on. It's actually crazy to me that how clear it is, this topic being censored specifically, and I mean specifically by the people claiming they're fighting for free speech. And this is specifically about the 2 points, about the killing in Gaza, about the ongoing murder, genocide that's happening, but also the interesting note of how this non-graphic content relentlessly gets labeled as graphic, seemingly only when I post it, which is really interesting to me. So you know what? This is going to be a long show. Let's play it.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple of weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head. Some shootings have been captured on video.
So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before. Never seen that. I've seen more incinerated children than I've ever seen in my entire life combined. I've seen more shredded children in just the first week.
Shredded?
Shredded.
What do you mean?
Missing body parts, being crushed by buildings, the greatest majority, or bomb explosions, the next greatest majority. We've taken shrapnel as big as my thumb out of 8-year-olds.
The UN reports that to date, more than 80% of Gaza's population has been displaced and the majority of its buildings destroyed. A reality which has taken its own toll on the well-being of children.
What about the emotional wounds?
How can you measure that? I can't measure my own. How do you be an orphan and watching your family, melted in front of you and shredded in front of you? How do you fix that? Ever fix that?
In fact, so many Palestinian children have had family members killed that doctors created a shorthand term, WCNSF, wounded child, no surviving family.
So I wasn't planning on playing that since we've seen it so many times, but I tell that gets me every single time. Somebody like that breaking up emotionally when he's covered so much horror in the world. So my point, guys, is that this is something that I'm posting pretty commonly on Twitter because it's a very powerful clip. It's not graphic. By every definition that they would label, so that's not, you can read the definition of what they think. It's not words and even describing things. He's not even using other than shredded. He's not using graphic things. Like, he's not describing some graphic scene, right? And he's not showing anything. So the point is, you post this, and I've made a very clear point about this, that I've seen other people post this that I've taught, even getting more it doesn't get labeled. I just think it's so clear that there are, like, whatever, unless is it the labels that APAC, what was it? APAC tracker. Here it is. Demonstrated, that this was on the 7th of August, where he showed that TLAV had all these different labels that were suppressing the account on Twitter. Well, who knows? Who knows what it is? But it's very obvious that it's selectively applied. So here's what you're seeing. I said Twitter always adds a graphic content warning despite no graphic content. Literally every time I post this video, the suppressive label gets applied. Yet anyone else I see share it does not. Watch and you will see why it is suppressed by the Zionist manipulated platform. And I showed the one where here we could see the warning, and then lo and behold, there it is. Boom. Appeal this warning, which I did. That never doesn't matter. And then here's the thing they send me. Even the one that says Twitter always adds, here it is. And here's another one. Just to make my point. Simply posted the video underneath Khaleesi's video where he's talking about the same things. He's literally describing the same things. Nothing. But I post it, get 19 likes, and I get a graphic warning. You get the point. It's very clear what's going on. And it suppresses just the reach of the content. I don't care if it's about me sharing the content, it's about that video being seen and getting reached. Now, another example I want to share about censorship. This has to do with Telegram. Another fake account on Telegram is pretending to be TLAV. It's got this TLAV_0, and it's pushing all these crypto scams. This person emailed me saying, hey, I'm getting hit up on Telegram by somebody claiming to be you, saying, pushing all these crypto scams and trying to get you to buy things. Not me. So just make sure you guys know that. I would never, ever do that. Frankly, I don't even my t-shirts, I barely mention. I don't sell anything to you, and I'm never, ever going to push you on buying cryptocurrency. That's just not going to happen. And Laduva points out when they're trying to tag me to make a point about something, Twitter won't even let them tag my name, which comes and goes. I've seen it with Robert myself. It's just all over the place. Now, in the point that we're to get into the opening, some of the points I want to share with you, Brian Mast, and this is more so about the overlapping of kind of Trump's administration, even though this isn't Trump's pick, even though I'm sure he probably had something to do with it, because my point in saying that is I think there's an interest in making this current administration just the most obvious pro-Israel, Israel first administration I've ever seen. Brian Mast, I was literally just mentioning him as like the most obvious example as a member of the IDF, a foreign military currently committing genocide in multiple countries simultaneously. He just got tapped to be the House Committee, to lead the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. I don't know why anybody out there that can't recognize what an alarming circumstance that we're in and how it continues to get worse, you are blinding yourself to this. I don't care what country it was. If you have this many people who are clearly, literally in the other military of another country, and you keep seeing it one by one take positions that will influence the outcome of policy for that country, we should be concerned about it. Brian Mast, of all people. Now, another opening note that I wanted to show you. This is a new article, but I have it on the archive so you can read it because they'll otherwise not let you see it. From yesterday, Haiti gangs kill more than 180 mostly elderly people in the capital. The warlord ordered, the U.S.-backed, Western-backed warlords slaying slum residents. He said he's suspected of sickening his son through witchcraft. It's the kind of people the U.S. government and West tends to support when the leadership that's currently there or before this doesn't want to bow to U.S. interests. So they'll go find the worst person alive and pretend that's the better person. So if you just make sure you recognize there's a lot of other things going on in the world, especially while this happens. And here's an interview I had with Dan Cohen and Kim Ives about this exact conversation. It's entitled Haiti's Long History of Western Destabilization and Dehumanization. Now, literally, as you have Western leaders murdering people in real time, ask yourself why they're not talking about that. Ask yourself why they're not screaming about democracy. Seeing as how they haven't had an election in like a decade, wonder why they don't care about that, right? They'll scream about anything they want and point at elections that did take place, even with provable examples of how they are literally, whatever word you want to use, democratic. And then they will undermine it, go after it. But you have places like this that they have everything they want in, destabilized situation where they can reap they can rob and steal all they want. And you never hear them go, why is there not an election taking place over here? Because they don't care. It's that simple. Now, lastly, here's an article. Somebody mentioned this in the chat about the assassination attempts. I just thought this was worth pointing out. I have it on a screenshot. For some reason, Fox News won't allow you to highlight their articles. They have it like as a PDF for some reason. There's so much weird stuff going on with corporate media. It's all about controlling a lot of things. But either way, the point is the House task force investigating the assassination attempts in general around Donald Trump are detailing, quote, pre-existing conditions and leadership failures and so on. Now it says, while the bipartisan panel was given ample evidence around the Pennsylvania discussion, the report suggests requests for documents on the supposed second attempt on his life, the golf course. This one at his Palm Beach golf course were seemingly stonewalled. Well, that's pretty interesting. Now, it could be any number of reasons why, but you know what I'm thinking. And it says the task force notes that as the date of the publication of the report, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Bureau of the, ATF, have not produced zero documents about the response to that event. Now, I talked about that one. And I remember how ridiculous this was, where this person was like a football and a half or 2 football fields away. They claimed they saw him through trees, all this time. And I remember the whole point about the first one, where apparently they weren't allowed to shoot him because they're not supposed to shoot first. In this case, they shot first. There's just so many stupid inconsistencies. I don't even think this, I wouldn't be surprised if this didn't even happen. So my point is, whatever actually happened, the interesting thing is that this one stood out to me as very, very interesting, how they just were like, another one! Like the Joneses of the world just were screeching about how many attempts there were when you had no evidence to back it up. Now they're stonewalling any investigation. I find that very interesting. So here is the article title, Trump shooting task force haven't produced docs on the golf course incident. That's just interesting, is it not? Who knows what that amounts to? You guys can decide for yourselves. Now, on the point of censorship and Twitter, since we were talking about that, you might find this interesting. File it under the category of flaming hypocrisy, like everything else we're discussing. Twitter's Yaccarino, World Economic Forum Yaccarino, hired by Elon Musk, has backed the landmark Kids Online Safety Act. Now, if you don't know what that is, you should, because it is a backdoor for aggressive censorship, as it has been in the online, the Child Safety Act, and is that what it's called in the UK? It's the same thing, guys. Now, look, everybody wants, most honest people want for kids to be safe, to watch it for cyberbullying, for some kind of sexual manipulation online. Obviously, the point is that these people will use what we care about to drive in what they want. That's always how this works. Now, you can even argue that this Kids Online Safety Act might be something we want. The point that I'm making is, first, we can show you how it will 100% lead to censorship as designed, but 2, that they were pushing back on this when it was happening in the UK. Typical. So the Electronic Frontier Foundation says, don't fall for the latest changes to the dangerous Kids Online Safety Act. Just to reiterate, so to highlight the first point, the authors of the dangerous Kids Online Safety Act, and remember, this is the EFF, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, a group that's not that simply the objective they state is just to fight for your privacy and electronic freedom, essentially, based on the name, Electronic Frontier Foundation. The point is that they're pointing this out as a problem, not to say that we don't care about children's safety, but that they can clearly see that it's being used to go after, be able to censor what they want, as we've highlighted before. Now, it says that despite the new amendments, it's still an unconstitutional censorship bill that continues to empower state officials to target services and online content they do not like. Now, the bill remains a dangerous bill, they say, that would allow them to decide what types of information can be shared and read online by anyone. Now, anyone pretending to fight for free speech should not be okay with such a bill, right? It would still require an enormous number of websites, apps, and online platforms to filter and block legal and important speech. Now, that we're not talking about pornography or whatever bullying point you could make. We're talking about literal protected speech that falls under what they're pointing to for your safety, of course. And it's the same as anywhere else. We have to draw that line. We can't allow them to rile up a story and then use that to drive you to call for your own censorship under a guise of something you actually care about. Now, that you got the point. It's simple. Now, here's what I find interesting. This is the current article from yesterday. Twitter's Linda Yaccarino backs the bill. Digital ID, privacy, fears grow. Now let's cut to the chase, and I'll read you what they said next. It's simply pointing out the point. Twitter's Elon Musk has recently criticized Australia. I thought they also they have clearly criticized the UK in 1,000 different ways, one of which was censorship online, which involves that bill they passed. But here it is for Australia, and it is basically the same bill, give or take a few things. So it's unclear why Musk and Yaccarino aren't aligned on the issue. Well, I think we're all honest with ourselves. We know why, because it's just about a means to an end. If you think they're fighting for free speech while censoring you, then maybe you're confused about what free speech is. Here's what they said. And just to make the point clear, Elon supports it. That should always be priority number one, kids' safety. He says at Twitter, or she says at Twitter, protecting our children is number one. And what's the same thing the UK said? Same thing Australia said. Funny how you push back when they did it. As always, she says, I've said freedom of speech and safety can and must coexist. Well, yeah, they're completely different things. Safety has nothing to do with speech. Speech are words. Safety has to do with real world action. You're never at risk because of words. I don't care here's what's funny about this. That's the woke right overlapping with the woke left right there in front of you. The idea that we have to be worried about words because that can drive to danger. That is what they just got done screaming for a decade, being the woke left. And now the right is doing the same thing. Weirdly, not even almost about Israel right here, just about dangerous words under a guise of fighting for something we all care about, which is children's safety. It says, when Twitter testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee last January, we committed to working with Congress on child safety. So, okay, committed to working with them in this direction, which clearly is to censorship, despite what you may think about it, has committed and openly admitted to acquiescing to over 90% of government requests thus far, and in their own lawsuit admitted that they have exceeded and met almost everything that GARM was requesting. And by the way, partnered with GARM in July, and despite the dissolution of the format of it, it is still in effect, as Mike Benz pointed out. It's so obvious how we're being played. I just hope people can see it. It says, we've heard the pleas of parents and youth advocates who seek sensible guardrails. So, Elon Musk makes it clear in the typical Trump-esque way of an ambiguous not saying, yes, we should follow this bill or not, simply saying protecting kids should always be number one. Well, who's going to disagree with that? The point is that is him not in agreement under her comment. My point is the way they say it is so maybe tomorrow when something shifts and the political conversation changes, he can be like, well, I just think kids should be safe. I don't like the bill, though. I never said I did. These are political answers. The point is, Yaccarino and Twitter are leaning into it, as publicly stated, whatever you think Elon may say somewhere else. So they are in line with the large censorship agenda. I don't know why I have to convince people of this. It should be obvious by now. And what scares me the most is that we are watching this apparatus get built around us while people are celebrating some kind of Republican victory. It's crazy how every single thing that you guys thought you were fighting on the left is being rolled out with in some cases, not even a different flavor, just the same damn thing with a different person pointing to it. So this is what terrifies me. This is Alex Karp, one of the founders of Palantir, or was he a founder or just one of the current heads of it? The point is he is Palantir, along with Thiel and Lonsdale and a few others we pointed to in the past. Now, the bottom line is he's sitting here telling you about how he thinks the world works, about how everyone needs to be in fear that we don't like, and that's how we all stay safe. I mean, the fact that that even can be regarded as some kind of logical statement is how far off the track we are. Or just off, I shouldn't say it like we're all in the same direction, but just how far away we are from what any kind of whatever society we think we're actually driving toward, right? The fact that we're allowing people like this, these kind of sociopathic, authoritarian oligarchs driving us in a direction where these people are literally showing you that they think that the world should be ruled under an iron thumb. that we need to make sure you're just afraid of what we do. And if you do anything we don't like, we're going to destroy your lives. No, we're not talking, he didn't say legal. And and I'll go through and make this explicitly clear in this segment. In many cases, he says this is what should be done to people who are protesting Israel. Let's be clear. He's a rabidly pro-Israel Zionist. So that's terrifying when they're building out a network of surveillance that is dystopian, beyond the meaning of the word. And these people are tapped right into Donald Trump's administration. And they are currently building out a technocratic panopticon around this country and the world, it would seem. They're not hiding it, guys. It's literally being said, but it's being shown under a guise of fighting for you, building free speech and saving the country. And they're all leaning into this uber America first idea, despite the fact that everything they're doing is at best a globalist direction, if at worst a literal Zionist overtake. So I think it's hilarious when you have all these people screaming about globalism while like literally standing on the side of globalism. So here's what he had to say, as Elon Musk just said, based, which I just continue to think is a ridiculous thing to say.
Americans are the most loving, God-fearing, fair, least discriminatory people on the planet.
Okay, let's just start with what a silly statement that is. I mean, are we really going to pretend like Americans? Now, look, I think that the average American outside of political influence, I would argue, are large. Like, this is my point I've said before about the idea of they wouldn't pretend to fight for freedom and liberty and good things if they didn't genuinely believe that's who we were and what we wanted. They have no interest in driving us to think that way because they are constantly not doing that and constantly get caught lying about it. They have an interest in pretending to be that because we want that. But objectively, you can see because of what they've done, a rampantly lawless mindset, might makes right, whatever we've been talking about, has created a huge portion of people in this country that are exactly the opposite of what he's saying. But my point would still be that I would argue the majority. But then you comparatively show this to places in the world. You can, first of all, to say it's the most, objectively, how in the world could you even know that? But let's be clear. That is not how the world is perceives the U.S., not because of us, but because of people like him, because of people in our government, the technocratic, oligarch, Zionist influence. That's what they see if they don't recognize the difference between government and population. They see us for what our government does. So that's not how the world sees us. But the other point is to say that somehow that this makes us worthy of acting against anybody else because we're better than everybody else. That's the premise of what he's saying. But on top of that, there's also a level of naivety. He's literally trying to say that because we're so good, we can't do the good thing because we get taken advantage of. It's just such a dark, I almost just want to say it's not lazy because it is just such an on the surface effort to get us to lean into being worse people, to being a worse, less moral, like under the guise that we are that, but we can't because everyone else is trying to murder us. This is going right back to the Middle East dynamic. They're all Muslim, Arab terrorists in caves. They all want to kill us because of freedom. Are we really still playing that? Let's recognize that you have people like Howard Lutnick saying, damn jihad, screaming. This is like some old school neocon tap into some woke mindset. It's crazy what we're staring at. And then the right bringing it out, which is hilarious to me. But just a star on the point to say that we are the most, he's trying to set you up to fail.
Loving, God-fearing, fair, least discriminatory people on the planet. And they want to know that if you're waking up and thinking about harming American citizens, or if American citizens are taken hostage and kept in dungeons, or if you're a foreign power sending fentanyl to poison our people, something really bad is going to happen to you and your friends and your cousins and your bank account and your mistress and whoever was involved.
Okay, so your cousins, clearly, or anybody connected to your family. That is what maniacs say. That is an authoritarian dictator level comment. What the hell did his cousins have to do with anything? And what are you talking about when you say the point was
to you and your friends? Or if you're a foreign
thinking about killing America, do you realize everything he listed off is what our government does, what the U.S. government does around the world every single day, what they're currently doing, what they just did in Syria, what they're allowing their people to do to innocent civilians in Syria, which we'll get to. Just think about what a comment that is to pretend like we have the right to go around and kill all of your family if we don't like what you said. Okay, let's just even say they wanted to kill Americans. There's a crime to be to be highlighted there under international law that you guys don't care about. But how do we know that's what they wanted? Because people like this told us that? Because our government said they want to kill us? You know how many people they've said that about that we know as a matter of fact is not true? My point is that he's setting a table that if we claim somebody wants to hurt you, we'll go after everybody. I mean, people are, as Elon said, it's based. Or the person in the comments saying the best 2 minutes you'll ever hear in your life. This is dangerous stuff when we're watching this administration and the people that orbit around it, convincing, in some cases, good people that it's okay to act this way. It's okay that their lives don't matter if we just say that they don't like you or they don't like what you have. And on top of that, forcing in on them what we want our lives to be like, or rather what they say our lives should be like. This is the kind of authoritarian mindset that we're always trying to highlight, what they pretend they're fighting around the world. Not him. He is that, but I'm talking about the government who these people are controlling.
Or sending fentanyl to poison our people. Something really bad is going to happen to you and your friends and your cousins and your bank account and your mistress and whoever was involved. And, you know, when Americans are spending $1 trillion on defense, what I want and what I think my peers want is, why are these people keeping our citizens hostage, torturing our...
Now, obviously, he's only talking about Gaza. He's talking about Israel, Gaza. He's not talking about Americans that were in Gaza that were also there because they were... He's only talking about Israeli Americans. That's it. There's plenty of Americans that have been killed because they just happened to be in Gaza. He doesn't care about them. Only the Israeli Americans that are being kept. Or he doesn't care about the Palestinians, tens of thousands of them held illegally in Israel. He doesn't care about the many other civilians held in black sites all over the world by the U.S. government. He doesn't care about those. All right, so this is a hypocrite you're staring at.
People attacking our allies, maligning us in what was once called the United Nations, basically a discriminatory institution against anything good.
Oh, okay, so anything good, he means Israel. That's it. Because you realize everybody else is pretty much in line with highlighting what they're doing is wrong. So he is clearly outlining this as the U.S. and Israel against everybody else in the world as the shining beacon of what's good in the world. You know, disgusting, that literally puts a disgusting taste in my mouth. Like that anybody can stand here while we're watching them murder children and act like they're somehow the epitome of what's right in the world.
Maligning us in what was once called the United Nations, basically a discriminatory institution against anything good.
And I'm not supporting the United Nations. Let's just be clear about that. The reality is what he's highlighting is the genocidal character in the UN being called out for genocide, and that is maligning anything good.
We need to stand up, and those people need to be scared. And that's why this conference is so important, because
So just be clear, he's talking about the people out there calling Israel a genocider. You need to be scared. He wants you to be scared for pointing that they are okay with genocide.
We have the best products in the world, and we cannot have parity. Our adversaries do not have our moral compunction. If it's even, they will take advantage of our niceness, kindness, our desire to be at home in Nebraska or New Hampshire or wherever we live.
How gross is that? So you just literally said everyone else in the world is somehow morally beneath us, that if we allow them to, we can't just be good because they'll take advantage of us. It's just, if he actually doesn't see that this is what the U.S. government is doing more than anyone I've ever looked at in living memory. Now, you go back before the creation of the United States, I'm sure there were, examples of horrifying power structures, people just marauding groups of power, whatever. But you're talking about the United States, since the United States' creation forward, there is no example in the world of more so than what the U.S. government has done. Bombing, destroying, stealing, violating agreements, rape, torture, murder, destabilization, you name it. And they're literally blindly supporting the most obvious example we've ever seen. I just don't know how anybody could take this seriously, and I'm sure most people don't. But now realize who we're talking about here. This is one of the members of Palantir, a person that is one of the most powerful people in the world, I would argue, because of information, because of surveillance. Who right now, Elon Musk is literally building out an apparatus of spy satellites with the NRO, with Palantir, to spy on you. And the guy from the NRO just said in the interview, you can't hide. That should be scary, especially with people like this clearly hates you because of your views on what they're doing.
In our peaceful environments, and they need to wake up scared and go to bed scared. And if you give that to the American people cannot have parity. Our adversaries do not have our moral compunction. If it's even, they will take advantage of our niceness, kindness, our desire to be at home in Nebraska or New Hampshire or wherever we live in our peaceful environments. And they need to wake up scared and go to bed scared. And if you give that to the American people will go back and say, and honestly, probably shouldn't say this is why I thought the Democrats were going to lose the election, why they did, because people want to live in peace. They want to go home. They do not want to hear your woke pagan ideology.
They always, it's just funny because these people would lean into whatever I think works for them. And right now they're really trying to tap into what the right wants. Either way, you just called. So we're talking about keeping them scared. Okay. Does that apply to the whole country? Are you somehow aiming this apparatus at the president alone of a country? No, because what he's talking about is a belligerent foreign policy of aggressive, rampant lawless action against your adversaries, which means literally anybody, even EU members who suddenly go afoul of your direction. We already saw that, or literally anybody who decides to go against the dollar. Making them scared. Do you realize what it would take to do that? Whatever you think that means, the point is that would be aimed at the country. So you're now making an entire country of people suffer because you don't like what they're doing. And I realize, let's just even take it to the extreme. You're talking about a country who's actively trying to murder Americans. Well, there is a clear, again, as always, a clear dynamic of international law to lean into, to go after them in the way that you claim the world is supposed to be. By not doing that, you are just like them. Now, I get it. There's an advantage to not following those things. The point is, if you want to be the right and what you pretend to be, then do it the right way. Go after them and take them out in a military sense. The bottom line is that's not what they're doing. They're pointing at other countries that don't want to bow to what they demand of them or don't want to give their resources for nothing. And so they do this under the guise that they're fighting. They're terrorists all of a sudden because we covet what they have. I could promise you this guy knows that.
They want to know they're safe. And safe means that the other person is scared. That's how you make someone safe.
Safe means the other person is scared. Do you think he really thinks that? Do you think he really thinks there's no dynamic in which you can't be safe, that you can be safe without somebody else being scared? I mean, if he actually thinks that, that's pretty terrifying. That's a disgusting view of the world. We're over here fighting for something quite a bit different, and we get called black-pilled all the time. This guy's telling you that the only way we can be safe if everybody else is scared, and that's not supposed to be a black-pill perspective? I mean, it's just, I honestly don't even think he thinks that. I think they're just trying to drive you into a place of such belligerence, such fear of the unknown, of people that aren't what he says they are, but he wants you to believe the boogeyman is around the corner. And top of that, the willingness to do whatever they say is necessary. Laws be damned if we say we need it to be safe. That's an endless opening.
And the average American person understands this. Unfortunately, many of the intellectually captured institutions funneled and intellectually owned by the Berkeley faculty do not. And that's what they want, but sure as hell what I want. And that's what Palantir and all the people in this room, I hope, we're here to serve the American people. And my version of service is the soldiers are happier, the enemies are scared, and Americans go back.
Right, because all you care about is soldiers being happy, right? Is that what we all want? Are we in just this perpetual state of war? Well, that's some people, that's their lives. People have been born and died an entire lifetime of war. So he wants you to believe that the soldiers are happy, then we're good. This is a military mindset, or rather just an authoritarian mindset.
Back to enjoying the fact that we're the only one with a real tech scene in this country, and we're going to win everything. That's how I see it.
Yuck. Listen to that response too. Like, ooh, like it's uncomfortable to watch somebody like that. It's creepy. And of course, he says based. And that's the best 2 minutes you'll watch all weekend. Because we're right, and we're going to do what we want, and because you're the bad guy. We're right back in kindergarten, it seems. I said, hey, back on I think it was the 9th, I just said, hey, Whitney, look who's calling for peace through fear. She's talked quite a bit about these entities. Now let's talk about what he is in general. This is 7 months ago. Palantir CEO, calls Columbia. So we're talking about colleges here. Now, whatever you think about, let's be clear about what happened at these college protests, specifically Columbia. They were lied about. It was overwhelmingly proven that most of these campus protests were put on by Jewish organizations. The fact that nobody knows that still, or few people know, it shows you how crazy this conversation was. They were attacked at night. They were throwing things. The point is, there were plenty of people that responded out of violence and even maybe acted out of violence. But by and large, even according to the police, you can see that these were Zionist people that were jumping in and trying to cause violence and trying to make them out to be something they weren't. Faking attacks, pretending to be stabbed in the eye. Police were literally in Congress saying that never happened, and people like Stefanik just kept screaming the lie. Because they have a clear interest. All of them are very clearly blindly Israel first. So he says he calls the Columbia anti-Israel protests, which, by the way, were pro-Palestinian. They were pro-ending the genocide, which many of them did overlap with anti-Israel. My point, though, is just plenty of them were there that were saying explicitly, all we're here to fight for is an end to the war. That's it. So the fact that they continue to frame them as one thing shows you how childish these people are when it comes to Israel, at the very least. But he says he calls the Columbia anti-Israel protest pagan, and says he's dreamed of drones striking his enemies. This is the guy that just said he wants the adversaries to be living in fear. These people have more power than you could possibly understand and are probably listening to you right now. I'm kind of being facetious. My point is, if they wanted to, you have to understand how clearly real that is. And they're building a network of satellites right now or already have, for that matter. We're being told they're doing that with the government. Now, I'm specifically talking about Elon Musk in that context with Starlink, but realize these things are all overlapped. And the bottom line is, these are supposed to be the ones fighting, these are the outsiders fighting against the deep state. These guys are literally the deep state. Max Blumenthal points out, retired General Mark Milley says the U.S. has committed so many war crimes over the years, it has no right to criticize Israel's devastation of Gaza, which is such a gross argument to make, which that's not how that works. A crime's a crime, genocide's genocide. Yes, that's what they do. But you didn't care about that genocide. Well, yeah, we did actually. But thank you for admitting you're committing genocide. But it says Palantir CEO Alex Karp chimes in. The peace activists are actually the war activists. Again, we are the peace activists. That's what he says. Literally sitting there with military generals and merchants of death and saying that the people that were protesting to stop the war are the actual war advocates.
We all get self-righteous about what Israel's doing. And I feel horrible for the innocent people in Gaza that are dying. But we shouldn't forget
no, you don't, really.
That we, the United States, killed a lot of innocent people in Mosul and Raqqa. That we, the United States, killed 12,000 innocent French civilians. And here we are on the 80th anniversary of Normandy.
I mean, what does he think this argument means? So we were okay doing that, so we should be okay? I mean, at best, your argument is we're both bad. I just don't even, that to me is an act of desperation.
On the prep fires for Normandy, we destroyed 69 Japanese cities, not including Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We
yeah, and you're all war criminals. Thank you.
Slaughtered people in massive numbers, innocent people who had nothing to do with their government, men, women, and children.
God,
war is a terrible thing. But if it's going to have meaning, if it's going to have any sense of morality, it has to be a political purpose, and it must be achieved rapidly.
See what he just admitted right there? So we're committing war crimes, objectively. But as long as we give you a political meaning to it, that way it's moral. Have some semblance of moral meaning. As long as we go, there's our political outcome, and we're the good guys, so none of it matters. He literally just said that's what we all see happening. As long as we point at our outcome and say we're the good guy, who cares about the law? Only the law. And they've almost said this explicitly more than once, that these things only apply to you, right? We only made the ICC to go after you guys. We've lost it, man. I mean, this whole thing is falling apart. Now, that for all we know, this will lumber forward for the next 100 years before anything changes. I sure hope not. But just realize, regardless of how long they can cobble this together, they've lost. People see what they are. Now, it's certainly possible, too, that they could conduct an aggressive long-term propaganda campaign and eventually gain back the narrative. But right now, it's gone. There is no way they don't see that we see who they are. And I think that's what we're getting. Like for instance, there was a clip I saw earlier of Code Pink asking one of these politicians he literally ran away, literally asked about Israel, and he ran down the hallway. It's like, that's interesting. I mean, who knows? I jokingly said, maybe he's got to pee. But I think that they all sense a little bit. Whether we are overestimating how close they feel to being held accountable, You have to realize that even if it's closer than I think they've been before, or we just many of them have never felt like it's that possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there must be some level of them that night going, ooh, man, like, I hope we don't finally get, I hope so. I hope they have nightmares about going to prison.
With the least cost, and that you do by speed.
And one of the things I find personally very frustrating, the peace activists are actually the pro-war activists, and we're the peace activists. So you don't want war, you better be strong. You have to scare your adversary.
This is what they say again.
You have to be willing to have.
Why do you say the peace activists are war activists?
You have to scare your adversaries. Guys, this is an archaic mindset. This is a mindset they know guarantees war. It will never stop. If you're constantly projecting strength and acting out, you're only going to cause chaos. I've said this so many times. If a strong person does not need to scream that they are strong, if you are constantly trying to project strength, that usually indicates weakness. This is a classic understanding of psychology, guys. You have to realize that what they're doing is trying to drive us into this mindset that simply rationalizes whatever belligerent move they make. These are authoritarian dictators. They are showing you what they want. They're trying to trick you into blindly going along with whatever rampantly lawless thing they do next, because we have a moral outcome. We have an objective that's political, whatever the thing, you can add it all together. These people are not good people.
Because if you're the useful idiot of Iran and China begging, literally there are people on college campuses saying, doing a pro-North Korea mantra. If you think...
Who cares what people have a right to believe what they want? This is my point. Your entire premise is we can't allow that. What was that about free speech again? What was that about our rights and our freedom of thought and freedom of speech? The people, and realize that the lies about North Korea are just as rampant about literally everything else. I'm not saying Kim Jong-un is a good person, but you don't realize how many lies we've been fed about that country. So why would they have to make up so many lies? The reality is always much different. And he's not okay with you deciding to support that, or deciding to support Hamas, or deciding to believe in Hezbollah. You have a right to do that. And he doesn't want that. This is the world they're building for you. And he wants you to be scared.
I think that creates peace. You are literally, why would Hamas ever give up? They have you marching for them. They're never going to give up.
No, they're being funded by Israel, and I'm damn sure he knows that. This guy is a monster.
You are an infection inside of our society, and they are the reason they're not going to give up.
So you believing what you want to believe, even if it's wrong, is an infection in our society. Do you know how dangerous that rhetoric is? People on the right are being rabidly radicalized by people like this. And it's the same on the left. You see the same thing. It goes back and forth. Right now, the right's carrying out that agenda. During COVID, it was the left. It's all the same thing. It's your government playing games against you. Right now, he's getting them so rabidly worked up against anybody who's trying to highlight the fact that you're being led into genocide, or you're committing genocide. And on top of that, you are watching them lay out their globalist technocratic agenda, and you're pretending you're fighting those things. Think about how embarrassing that is for somebody who's pretending to be fighting globalism while literally being on the side of globalism.
If you want to stop these people, you have to be willing to be fierce.
They're out there supporting a terrorist organization.
No, that's you guys in every possible way. Every single one of you sitting there are knowingly supporting terrorist organizations in 15 different ways we could point out, not least of which is currently Al-Qaeda in Syria, or Hamas, they've funded plenty of times before that, or the moderate rebels, or any number of groups that we can prove, or how about just Saudi Arabia or Israel at large?
Whose very written charter calls for the death of all Jews.
Nope, that's a long time ago. 2017, it's been changed and explicitly highlights Zionism. Now, of course, you could argue they're lying, but why would they not point that out? Because they are selectively choosing what to show you, because they are clearly trying to drive a certain narrative. Now, the realization is that you can show, as we have many times, that, and add Clinton's discussion about rigging the election, mind you, that they were funding this group into power to keep them divided. Now, since 2006, a lot has changed. I still argue that there's influence there, as I think we've actually proven. The point is that things have changed, and they changed their charter, and clearly you can prove that these are different. So they, I think, are aware of that, like explicitly aware of that. I think these people, especially somebody like Alex Karp, is far more aware of things like this than most anybody else. Think about how gross that is, to know what you're doing and know you're allowing children to starve to death for your agenda, for Israel.
Not just in Israel, worldwide. I mean, come on now. If you're going to support that, you're on the wrong side.
The largest threat to Jews in the world is Zionism. Is a Zionist just like Alex Karp sitting right there. Whether he knows it or not, you can call him stupid and not aware of that, or you can call him a monster that's aware of the fact that Zionism and everything they're doing is causing the most damaging circumstance for Jews in the world. I'm going to get into that segment in a second. Now, Max continues on to say, General Milley repeats debunked Israeli propaganda about beheadings. So there's your point right there. Like the fact that this guy can still, in May 7th anyway, still continue to push the lies that were incredibly debunked by that point. Shows you that they're there to lie to you. Finally, he points out that Alex Karp presents the Palestinian Solidarity Campus protest movement as an existential threat to America. So don't forget, our adversaries. So he's talking, in this case, that would be an American citizen who decides to recognize that they're committing genocide. Now he wants you to be scared. And somebody like that can do that.
Is a often overlooked part of this battle is we kind of just think these things that are happening across college campuses especially are like a sideshow. No, they are the show. Because if we lose the intellectual debate, you will not be able to deploy any army in the West ever.
What are you talking about? So now if you don't control what people are thinking and doing in colleges, that we can't deploy military? I'm not even sure how that connects.
And of course our adversaries.
It's a terrifying thing to see somebody like this be pushing the idea that you, American, watching this show, are the threat, which is exactly what we've been showing since, it wasn't 2016 forward, but that's where we got really crazy, where it became no longer that we were just all Americans, but we had different opinions, but suddenly you were the enemy of the country, the inside secret enemy, while watching the Israeli inside secret enemy literally take over everything in front of us. Here's another example. And just to be clear, it's not some unique thing he said by accident. He's stressing this opinion in every show he's on.
Primary way to create peace in this world is to scare our adversaries when they wake up, when they go to bed, while they're seeing their mistress.
Now, are their adversaries the same as your adversaries? I wouldn't assume that. That'd be pretty naive to assume that he's thinking the same thing you are. Maybe he's thinking about you.
Whatever they're doing, they're scared. If you want to have peace in the world,
she laughs.
That's how
because that's funny, right?
You do it. And that is our peace-giving offering this Christmas season to our adversaries. We are going to help this government be more transparent.
How gross.
Work with partnership in America. And our goal...
I think she's going to be laughing, trying to make it seem like it's more kind of a joke. It's not.
Goal is everyone who does not like America, does not like what we stand for, does not like the West, thinks we're useful idiots, is going to be scared.
Okay, so what he's showing you right there is exactly why people hate this country, or the government, I should say, and then sometimes conflate it with the country because of what he is right there. He didn't say enemy. He just, if you disagree, listen again.
In America, and our goal is everyone who does not like America, does not like what we stand for, does not like the West.
Okay, so anybody who doesn't like the West has to be scared. Why is that? Can we not have a disagreement? Or is it now that we're all friends and happy, or immediately enemy, we're going to kill you? Well, that's the world they're creating. There's no middle ground there, right? We can't just have a disagreement. We can't decide, no, we don't want to fund that project, or no, too bad, now you're the enemy, we're going to kill you because you're the enemy. You can't have a disagreement, or you're challenging our interests. That's how they act. You don't like what we want to do? Fine, we're going to regime change you and put monsters in your place and act like you were the bad guy. That's what they're talking about. Now, he's simply saying, if you don't like this country, you should be scared. Why is that? That is why people hate what they are. That is not the way the world is supposed to exist. The idea that you simply are not on the same page, therefore we're going to make you an adversary, as opposed to simply having a difference of opinion and trying to find common ground. Now, what's funny is people like this act like that's naive. Act like what we're trying to talk, they're driving you into a world that is a dystopian reality so they can more easily control it. Whether that's the objective, like a what's the word? A conscious point, like they're aware that's the case or not, but that's what's happening. If they drive you into a place where these things, where we're in a situation where everyone wants to kill you and everyone's fighting each other, well, that they are in absolute control all the time. WikiLeaks points out, and this is the same clip here. WikiLeaks references what Arnaud Bertrand had to say. He says the U.S. tech leaders have dangerously lost the plot. He says, perfect illustration that U.S. tech leaders have dangerously lost the plot. Not only does Karp not seem to understand the first thing about geopolitics, he doesn't even understand what made U.S. successful. He claims that the only way for the U.S. to be safe is for their adversaries to wake up scared and go to bed scared, which, by the way, is kind of my point, is that would drive more action. Like, so if their point is that these people want to kill you because you're freedom, they don't. That's never been the case. They don't want to kill you because of your freedom. They want to kill something because your government did things to them. In this case, if they're waking up, going to bed scared, how do you think that's going to roll out? It's going to end up in your face by design, so they can then justify more action to keep you safe, in quotes. They've written policy about this, or rather, documents and think tank conversation about how they can keep you in a state of fear to keep you in control. We've talked about this over the years. It says the U.S. should do collective punishment. Threatening, that's what I was saying, is that means everybody in the country would be scared. Threatening not just adversaries, but their friends, cousins, mistresses, and whoever was involved. The U.S. cannot have a parity with adversaries because our adversaries do not have our moral compunction. If it's even, they will take advantage of our niceness, our kindness, which it actually shows you the opposite with what he just said. International institutions such as the UN are discriminatory against anything good. He goes, in short, this is imperial hubris. It is most deluded and hypocritical. Karp simultaneously claims American moral superiority while advocating deeply immoral tactics like collective punishment, making everyone else live in fear and rejecting any checks on its power. It's a worldview that mistakes bullying for leadership. That's exactly what Trump is rolling forward, and domination for security, and which, by the way, betrays Americans' own historical lessons as a former British colony. And most importantly, it's dead wrong. The world absolutely doesn't work this way. Rule by fear has a long and very well-documented history of failure. It's exactly what I'm saying in far more clumsy way. Empires that rely on fear and domination always sow the seeds of their own demise, because fear always generates resistance and resentment, which my point was, I think that's actually the point. I think if you manufacture this never-ending you create a situation for you to fill the gap, for you to always be the one keeping everyone safe from the enemy. It's the war on terror. Let's not forget, I think we should see by now, they created the thing they fought or didn't fight. They created what they claimed to fight, and then they aimed all those weapons at you. It says, this is, by the way, exactly what's happening now, as explained by none other than former National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski. Right? From the 70s, the original mastermind of the plan to balkanize Afghanistan, the Middle East, which is exactly what is carried out since. But this is the Israeli plan. In his book, The Grand Chessboard, in which he wrote that the most dangerous scenario for the U.S. would be, quote, an alliance of the aggrieved. The most dangerous scenario would be a grand coalition of China, Russia, and perhaps Iran, an anti-hegemonic coalition united not by ideology, but by complementary grievances. So what's interesting is you have to realize that if he's framing it like that, it means at the very least then they were aware that what they were doing was against hegemony. Now, it doesn't mean that they're not necessarily seeking all control and power, but it's very interesting. That's kind of like the multipolar versus this. There's always a way it could lead to control. But I think it's interesting to point that he recognized that they were not what they were framing them as. And it says that's what rule through fear and intimidation gets you. It unlocks the most dangerous scenario for the U.S. because guess what? Turns out people don't particularly enjoy being bullied and threatened. They tend to band together against the bully, regardless of their differences. What made America truly successful wasn't its ability to frighten others. And thinking about it right now, it really does show a level of concern. Like they're afraid of you. Desperation seems to be everywhere. It was its ability, largely lost today, to build that made this country successful. The Marshall Plan, the internal national institutions, cultural exchange, industrial might, technological innovation. These were the real sources of American power. It says, how did the U.S., quote, win the Cold War? Well, let's turn to another actually smart American statesman, George Kennan, the architect of the U.S. Cold War strategy. Key to this strategy was, in his words, proving that the U.S. was coping successfully with the problems of its internal life and with the responsibilities of a world power. Now, this is not to get into much more deeper realities of what was going on during the Cold War. It says this meant creating a society and an international order that inspired admiration rather than fear, one that nations would be inspired by rather than be coerced into. This is precisely why Gorbachev, for better or worse, ultimately pushed for reform. He recognized the clear success of the American economic and technological model compared to Soviet stagnation. Now, whether you agree with that or not, the point is the way it's perceived. It says he was convinced by U.S. achievements, not intimidated by threats. Most tellingly, this tech CEO seems completely disconnected from today's tech reality. His claim that the U.S. is, quote, the only one with real tech scene is peak delusion. China, and I've said this so much, Iran is wildly technologically advanced. It says China has now overtaken the U.S. in innovation and scientific discoveries, according to almost all credible rankings. They'll never admit that, of course. It says all in all, Karp's make them afraid rhetoric reveals a profound insecurity. That's exactly how I read it too. A tacit admission that America can no longer compete on the basis of positive achievements. When he dismissed international institutions and advocates for rule by fear, he's essentially admitting that America can no longer lead by example or build constructive alternatives, if they ever could lead by example. Now I'm talking about the government. All that's left is the threat of force. It also reveals something about the current state of American tech leadership. When tech CEOs start sounding like Cold War hawks, advocating for global domination through fear rather than innovation through building, it suggests they've run out of ideas. I would argue it reveals that they're not actually tech. Innovative tech, what did he call them? Tech leadership. This is technocracy. This is your leadership coming back out of the shadows. You could look at it where, whether that's the people chosen to or people pulling those strings behind them. That's my opinion, that this is ultimately a shift of power that you're watching take place in front of you, and that we've never really been confronted with the true people that were making decisions this entire time. It says they're no longer confident in their ability to compete on the merit of their products and solutions. To conclude, Karp's worldview isn't just dead wrong. It represents everything that's gone awry with American leadership. The abandonment of building for bullying, of influence for intimidation, of power for control, of the triumph of worst instincts over thoughtful judgment. Right? I mean, it's what I keep talking. I mean, he's so eloquent the way he describes this. What I keep seeing in what Trump's building, whether you think it's Trump, I think it's just your government and he's the one chosen to roll it out. It's very clearly what he's highlighting here. Abandonment of building for bullying, abandoning influence for intimidation, of power for control, the triumph of worst instincts over thoughtful judgment. And of course, the point being that thoughtful judgment, that's a woke lefty thing. You're just a weak person. No, that's being a human being and not trying to make it all about influence versus intimidation. Right? I really want us to think about that. It's about a middle ground of all of it. When necessary, sure, there needs to be some action. The point, though, is that in every other possibility, because we know where these things lead to, we shouldn't be leading with violence, leading with threats and fear and intimidation. Because what does that lead to? Your family being killed, lives being taken, which they don't care about because it's not their families, it's not their lives. Never is. When America elevates leaders like Karp who preach fear over building, we're not witnessing the restoration of American greatness, as many of the comments below claim. We're watching its erosion in real time. A nation that can only threaten rather than inspire has already lost its claim to leadership. Very well said. As Corey Diggs points out, are people paying attention yet? They couldn't be more transparent. Musk cries about something that needs fixing. Everyone cheers him on, playing right into his hand. He then shares posts tied to Palantir and others who will fix it, in quotes. Everyone cheers him on. Hello. The point is, this is another example of Palantir crew sitting around talking about how they're going to change and fix everything. And all he writes is the government is more broken than you could possibly imagine. It's the same thing as always. We've been saying that for 30 years. Point is, they're now pointing at it because they want you to look at it, because they're trying to show you what they've destroyed for their benefit to roll in the next control structure. And this simply, as Joe Lonsdale of Palantir says, people don't realize just how broken the bureaucracy is. You're all a part of it. All of you, every single one of you. Think of the worst company you know in Silicon Valley that went bankrupt 30 years ago, and imagine someone just kept pumping money into it. Yeah, that's the government. That's corporate media. That's half of the projects that we're being driven to support because it's in the interest of U.S. hegemony. These people are driving in a control structure and want you to think they're somehow repairing the country. They're going to use these kind of people, the idea of artificial intelligence and surveillance, as the idea of how we're going to make things more efficient. And far too many Republicans will sleepwalk right into it. This is the same Palantir, by the way, who is right this moment committing genocide. Not just supporting genocide, actively playing a leading role in how they murder children. Teal's Palantir and Karp's Palantir with in a strategic partnership for Israel. Okay, this was January 2024. It's been a year that they have been committing genocide in Israel. And it shouldn't be surprising because they support it. Now, here's Pelham pointing out, what was I forget his name again? I think it says it in there. James Bamford, speaking on Alex Karp and the overlap with Israel and the support for the Unit 8200 IDF institution or group.
An equivalent of the NSA. It's called Unit 8200. They're very sophisticated. It's basically the same type of organization as the NSA. And Palantir is one of the companies that's given, it's an American company, it's based in Denver, and it has given an enormous amount of assistance to Unit 8200 in terms of targeting. And that goes to the military. So the military targets civilians, lots of civilians. Most of the people killed were civilians. Women and children have been the people who have been targeted in the occupied territories in Gaza. So the NSA gives Unit 8200 an enormous amount of data from what it collects. When I interviewed Ed Snowden back in Moscow, after he went to Moscow, taking all the data from NSA, he said that was one of the worst offenses he saw when he was at NSA, that they were giving all this American data, Palestinians talking overseas to relatives or friends in Palestine and the occupied territory, and NSA was giving that data to Unit 8200. So you have Unit 8200 that's collecting a lot of data from the United States, from Americans. They're using it for targeting, and Palantir is one of the companies that's enormously sophisticated in terms of targeting. So what the problem is here is that you're getting information from the United States that the Israelis are using to target the civilians in Gaza. And there's been 33,000 killed now. It's just an enormous problem that the U.S. has got to stop supplying all this data and the.
So Palantir being a central part there. As Pelham points out, his company Palantir is selling this information to Unit 8200 so they can target civilians in Gaza. So let's not forget, guys, an Israeli platform has broken the story more than once. 972 magazine. A mass assassination factory inside Israel's calculated bombing of Gaza using an artificial intelligence program they call Habsora, which would target specific buildings. Now, this was called Lavender. This is another part they did a follow-up on it. Lavender is a different AI program. The AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza, where they would focus on specific individuals. All of this is being facilitated using Palantir. Here he is speaking about how, it's a very quick clip. I'll play it real quick. It's very quiet, so I'll just say it if you can't hear it properly.
Touching American, we are going to make you and your friends' life hell. American, we are going to make you and your friends' life hell. If you touch an American, we are going to make you and your friends' life hell.
So he says, if you touch an American, we will make you and your friends' life hell. Okay, so again, with this point, this broad collective punishment point where, so your friends too, we're just going to kill all your friends if you do something against us. I can't even believe people aren't screaming about what a terrible thing this person is normalizing the exact thing we've always pretended we're fighting. But now because Israel's doing it and has normalized the murder of children because we claim we're going after a bad guy that turns out not to be there, so no big deal though. You're literally pretending it's okay to do things like this. And he realize not just making that okay to other people's minds, but that we can see that you don't care. Now, maybe it's not every children anywhere, but clearly, selectively, that you don't care about Palestinian children. So you're a disgusting human being, bottom line. And here's the point, though. This is just one example. New York Times, this is as of the 14th of September this year. New York Times reports that there were no U.S. officials at the funeral of Ansur Yigi, the U.S. citizen who was killed by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank last week. This is in September. There's plenty of examples. There's American Palestinians that were killed and are still in Gaza. There are just Americans, not even Palestinian Americans, which it shouldn't make any difference. They're all human beings that were in Gaza post October 7th that have been, but there's an entire article written by, I think, NPR saying, where's our government? No one's coming to help us. You know what? They don't care. Apparently, they only care if it's an Israeli American in the conversation. Now, you can be all upset about that and call me racist. You show me I'm wrong. Endless amounts of people in our government have been screaming about only when there's an Israeli American who's captured, killed, or talked about. I can show you how many times I've posted, how many times they've been asked about Americans in Gaza. Over 600 post-October 7th that were trapped when they shut everything down and wouldn't let everybody leave. So he apparently doesn't care about if an American, he's thinking about something else. But he wants you to think that, that's for sure. It's pretty scary. So here's Palantir simply posting this on October 7th. Palantir remembers October 7th. We stand with Israel. Well, at that point, we didn't really know actually what happened. And now what you're saying there is you stand with your government murdering your own people to execute whatever it was they were trying to accomplish. You guys can decide for yourselves. Or funding the group that later does all of this. So whatever point you want to start at, it's all because of Israel. So that's pretty easy to see. And again, you can be all outraged and upset about that, but it's objectively obvious. Even Israel's own media has continued to highlight the fact that they ordered the Hannibal Directive, that Hamas was funded long before this and right up until October 7th by Israel. These things all matter. On top of that, this one is from February 16th of this year. He says, I'll just play the clip. He's talking about the AI weapons. And who controls them? Controls the world order. So I guess he's talking about himself.
But they are, at the end, weapons, technologies that will define who controls the world order. And I'm very, very in favor of that world order being controlled by the West, primarily by America and its allies. That doesn't mean that we should be xenophobic or engage.
Well, he's murdering children in Gaza.
In bigotry, certainly not in America. One of the core things we have to avoid in the West is anything that even smacks of something that's xenophobic.
That's weird.
Xenophobic. One of the core things we have to avoid in the West is anything
that
doesn't mean that we should be xenophobic or.
Hold on, something weird just happened right there.
But they are, at the end, weapons, technologies that will define who controls the world order. And I'm very, very in favor of that world order being controlled by the West, primarily by America and its allies. That doesn't mean that we should be xenophobic or engage in bigotry, certainly not in America. One of the core things we have to avoid in the West is anything that even smacks of something that's xenophobic.
How is it? That is so strange.
That doesn't mean that we should be xenophobic or engage in bigotry, certainly not in America.
Yeah, that is strange. By the way, if you can't see the bar, that's just, it keeps cutting off the latter half of the video, and then I pull it back and it starts at the beginning. Anyway, that's very strange. So much weird stuff going on today. Well, there was a part in there that I wanted you to hear, but I guess that's technocratically not available. So the point is, AI will define who controls the world order, which I guess is just what we're accepting as the way it goes, right? Right. Yeah, it's important to, I'll say it in a second, actually. Is it right? It is coming up next. It's important to remember in this context where they got the name for it and really think about why they would choose this name, not just because it's surveillance and information. It's something evil in the context of how it was written. But the point is that why would we just accept the idea that there's an entity that controls world order? How about we don't want that? How about we don't want there to be one entity? And their argument would be that's the way it has to be. Well, I disagree. And I think what's important to recognize is that these people are constantly driving you in a direction that necessitates their utter control over your life. I think there's a world that doesn't have to have that. Doesn't necessitate their overlords controlling your life. And I think we all know that. But we're in this time where, even like with the voting dynamic before the election, where the adults, give up their principles when you tell us to. It's amazing what they're framing as what the smart adult would do. When you stand back and look at it, it's pretty much follow along with whatever they tell you that day and ignore your principles and act like an authoritarian monster because we're the right one. Like, pretty sure that's not what we were taught when we were growing up, but I think you guys get the point. Well, here, and if you just want to scroll through the rest of their, I just searched for Israel on Palantir, and you'll find what you might expect. As an honor to meet with the president, realize this is January 10th of 2024. So objectively, the world has acknowledged they're committing genocide. The ICJ, the ICC, and here they are meeting with them. There's Steele and Karp meeting with the president of a genocidal state, who, by the way, should be arrested. I just think that's very crazy. This is not about like my opinion. Like, realize how wild it is. We're at a point right now, we'll show in a second, where these people are they should be under arrest by anybody in line with these groups. And now, I think it was Gallant or Gantz, one of them just came to the United States. I'll show you in a second. No big deal. Brett McGurk meeting with him. No big deal. It's just so transparent. These people are not what they pretend to be. These are the villains. Smart Business Insider. This is where this name comes from. Secretive Data Company, 2020. It says Palantir just officially revealed its plans to go public. What's funny, this is 2020. Interesting timing. Here's why it's named after an all-powerful seeing stone of the Lord of the Rings. Now, the bottom line is, it's a fictional thing, right? But it is a inherently evil concept. It is something that was created by the epitome of evil in the conversation of Lord of the Rings. I'll avoid the names for not to confuse anybody. The point is that you have a wizard in this context that is using it in the Lord of the Rings, and he gets completely overtaken by evil because of its use. And the whole point is about its ability to get information and to spy on everybody. Why would you choose that? Why would you choose an evil symbol that was designed to secretly spy on people for a company that was supposed to be about, at least on the front of it, something positive for everybody? Yeah, I think you know why. One of the story's villains, the wizard Sauron, uses a Palantir to surveil his enemies. The stone's power and limitless knowledge corrupt Sauron and allow him to be manipulated, leading to his downfall. Sauron being the main evil villain. The bottom line, though, is that it's very interesting to pick something like that. It gives you insight into what their minds are like. I mean, you could argue it's just a fun thing they pick because it's about something that you can see into, but look at the way it's developing. You're literally doing this to help them murder children in Gaza. Whether you realize or want to say that or not, it's the case. On top of that, it's being used to roll out and already is a pretty much a surveillance panopticon of this country, of the world for that matter. It's being used in a very much alarming technocratic control structure type of ways. So I guess they picked the name wisely. And I'll include some articles around this the conversation. This is from 2018. Palantir, the PayPal offshoot, becomes a weapon in the war against whistleblowers and WikiLeaks. This is well before where we are now. Still the same problem. Derek just recently wrote about their one part of this. This is from November 30th. Meet the spyware companies preparing to unleash their tech during Trump's second term. And this is simply talking about the exact same idea. And not just the idea of the Palantir overlap or all the different surveillance companies they're going to roll out to build this panopticon, but that the vast majority of them are Israeli spyware tech firms. And 50% almost of the entire market of spyware is Israeli startup companies. And we recently talked about the information that came from their own statements where they admit that most of these companies still act to the explicit interest of the Israeli government. They openly say this in interviews, except when you say it, apparently you're racist. Now, remember, Trump is rolling out the idea of his mass deportation using military assets and declaring a national emergency. My point is that is what is going to open the door to begin the full rollout of exactly what we just talked about. Bio, digital, everything. And here's what Derek was just covering. And this is what I was referencing earlier. The U.S. National Reconnaissance Office, which apparently is one of the most shadowy entities in the conversation, which provides surveillance for even groups like the NSA. Elon Musk and SpaceX are working with them to build out exactly what you're looking at. An all-encompassing spy surveillance network that they say that you can't hide from. That's his quote. I don't know why we think that's okay. How about you just pretend it's Hillary Clinton doing it so we can all just move past this fake time where we pretend like it's a good thing. Now, to start into the conversation about Zionism, I wanted to make a point about this before we get into the larger point about what's being done. And I thought it was important to start with that, to show you the tech surveillance side of this, which is another tendril of what Israel's Zionist agenda is carrying out through the United States. But I want you to recognize again that the shifting dynamic of all of this, and a lot of reasons why I think this is, why there's such an element of desperation to this, or time, almost like they need to rush this forward. I mean, I think they're losing influence every moment. Zachary Foster, who we've interviewed more than once, he's got a PhD in Palestinian history from Princeton. he highlights an important clip here. And this is what I'm talking about. I could do an entire show. I mean, you guys have seen me highlight little parts of this for a long time now. I could probably do an entire multiple hour show just about this content. Maybe I should one day. The point being is that you can see around the world that there's a rapidly evolving discussion around what Zionism is, what Judaism is, and how they both how they intersect. As he says in this clip, this person's name is Peter Beinart, says that most of the, quote, organized American Jewish community has abandoned Judaism and instead practice a different religion. He says, quote, in Judaism, human beings are created in the image of God, and so nothing should be elevated above human beings who are considered to have an infinite value. What Zionism has done, what the state of Israel has done, has led to many of them in the organized American Jewish community to elevate the state above the absolute value of human beings. We're watching that play out right now. Take a listen.
Human beings are created in the image of God. And so nothing should be elevated above human beings who are considered to have of infinite value, right? And it seems to me what Zionism has done, what the state of Israel has done, it has led many people in the organized American Jewish community to elevate this state above the absolute value of the human beings who live within this state, right? More than half of whom are Palestinian, right? Who are also created in the image of God, right? And so that, to me, is an act of idolatry, because, you know, Heschel said that there's only one thing that's created in the image of God, right? Is the human being. And to act as if anything else is sacred or sacrosanct is to turn it into an idol and to be practicing idolatry, right? And so when people, and you see this in this phrase, does Israel have a right to exist? Again and again and again, people say, is Israel? I think the answer, this is something that Yeshayahu Leibovitz, who I quote a lot in my book, the Israeli philosopher, said, absolutely not. No state has a right to exist. Human beings have rights. States are just instruments. They are instruments for the protection of human life and human flourishing and human dignity. And their legitimacy is entirely based on how good a job they do in protecting the rights and dignity and life of the people.
Very interesting. And look, as we've seen this from, what Citizens United or any number of other things in the past, turning corporations into people, which has been a long-term agenda. And not just in that one point, but like an agenda involving a lot of different things, including just it gets into a whole bee's nest of what's the term? I think bee's nest is the term. You know, there's a lot of different directions to go in around. I mean, it interjects with things like the sovereign citizen conversation. The point is that clearly it's illegitimate to create the illusion that companies or governments or states are people, then creates the idea that they have, the right to free speech. It creates a way to keep them protected from you, which is the exact opposite of how it should be. So I really think it's important to think about. And on top of that, what he's really highlighting, as he writes, is that ultimately within specifically Zionism, it's created this situation where they rise above, they raise up the state of Israel and, what else did he say right there? The Zion, they elevate the state. I guess that's all he said. I thought he said something else. They elevate the state above it, which is exactly what we're seeing. And I think really it comes down to like the actual idea of Zionism above Judaism, which is actually what the point is. And you can see it everywhere you look. So Zachary is simply pointing out that this is a changing conversation. Now, here's an older example I've shown you of this, and it's just crazy to me. This kind of thing is pretty prevalent when it comes to places like Israel. And that should, it should shock you, but it shouldn't, since we showed this kind of stuff all the time. But I guess I should say it only should shock you if you don't realize that if you're believing the lie, essentially. So what you're going to see here is a old Zionist Israeli woman who walks by a bunch of Orthodox Jews who disagree with Zionism, who actively advocate that Zionism is the antithesis of Judaism. And she walks by and says something very specific to them that'll probably shock you if you haven't heard it. So she says it like 2 more times, by the way, but in case you can't hear it, it gets louder as she goes. She walks by them and she says, Hitler made one big mistake. She should have put you in gas chambers. That's what she says. And then she says, too bad, walks to the next guy, says the same thing. Hitler made a mistake.
You should have been in the gas chamber. Too bad. But we're here and you're gonna go to hell.
She says, but we're here and you're gonna go to hell because they don't like Zionism. So if it's not clear already, Zionism is the point to her. Zionism is the religion to her. Even if she's thinking Judaism, the moment they point at Zionism as a problem, she says they're going to hell. Even though to a T, they're Orthodox Jews. So if it was really about Judaism, they should be on the same, they should be like, well, we both agree. I'm absolutely living to a T my faith of Judaism. I don't think Zionism overlaps with it. So they could disagree about that, but to say that she goes, so why would he go to hell if they both believe, because she believes Zionism. She believes what he was just saying, and a completely different thing that's now risen above all of it, and is so far out of her mind about this that she's willing to say that Hitler was right, or rather, what did she say? Hitler made one mistake. One mistake? So killing all the Jews that they killed wasn't a mistake? The only one mistake was killing them? I mean, of course, you could just call it a language. She just said it in a stupid way. But either way, guys, that is outrageous.
Hitler made a mistake. You should have been in the gas chamber. Too bad. But we're here and you're gonna go to hell.
They walk away smiling. I mean, that's just crazy to me. Like, that's a disgusting person. I don't care what kind of excuse you make. Anyone in any context that would make that kind of a statement to somebody who, by the way, shares their at least same stated religion, and all they're doing is having a disagreement about a political ideology, and that's your response, you're a disgusting person. Like, you are the problem. You're the villain. You have become, you've dehumanized yourself. That's Torah Judaism, who's posting that. So the point is, you're going to see this a lot in the conversation. Here's another example. And this is not to support any of the members of political station. This person simply says, I'm joining Senator Sanders, this is Senator Welch, apparently, and Merkley and Van Hollen to urge our colleagues to vote with us to block the sale of offensive weapons to Israel. Why? Because they're objectively committing genocide. Now, look, even if you disagree with the word genocide, if you're actually of the mind that if you're actually pretending that they're not committing crimes, because that's this weird game right now where they're like debating about genocide and then acting as if we can't meet the definition of genocide, therefore there's nothing happening. It's like, there's a huge chasm between nothing and genocide. Obviously, war crimes are being committed. Like, if you're debating about whether it's genocide, you almost have to admit that war crimes are being committed. But that's how broken this whole thing is. So the point is, they're going, let's not send weapons to a group committing war crimes. Whatever you think of their intentions, I don't believe they're genuine. If they would have said it a long time ago. But this person says, this person's name is Jalen Givens, says, 4 Jew haters with zero shame. Bernie Sanders is very Jewish. He says, what a disgrace to the U.S. Senate. Only the Democrat Party would produce such vile people. Think about how wild that is. So he's no longer Jewish because he doesn't want to support Zionists killing children? Or wants you to think that's what he thinks? I just think it's incredible. And Blakely down here, who is also a Jewish person, says Bernie is Jewish, you idiot toilet cheat. The point is, they know that. I'm telling you, the reality of it is that you're no longer Jewish if you challenge Zionism, which shows you that it's only about Zionism. Ben Shapiro, I've shown you many times, which, by the way, this account that he was supporting has now been suspended, which shows you they clearly crossed some kind of a line, apparently. And imagine if they're crossing a line that gets them censored when they're pro-Israel, you kind of think you know where that's going. But he was simply highlighting that these were a bunch of people. There was Jewish Voices for Peace. That was the group that was protesting in the Capitol. They were sitting cross-legged and chanting and the genocide or something like that. I remember something exactly. They were sitting cross-legged chanting something, but it was about ending what was going on. I remembered it very clearly. And he says, useful idiots for Hamas. Plus, these trash people don't know how to wear a talent. So now not only are they trash, even though they're Jewish people who you pretend that you're, my point is that they're trash idiots for Hamas if they simply disagree with Israel's war. So is it really about their religion? Clearly not. Ben Shapiro is a rabid Zionist who is supporting a genocide. I think that should be clear by now. Here's another example. So Tom Cotton simply said, Senate Democrats are trying to cut off military aid to Israel during a war. No, they're trying to stop a genocide. Tom Cotton is another rabid Zionist. And I simply posted that video that also got a graphic warning, like literally every other time, and said almost exclusively children, says this Jewish doctor to who was killed by the IDF in Gaza, which Tom doesn't care about. Tom's probably cheering on the death of children. Who to this person whose name is Amy Israel Chai, says, or Am Yisrael Chai, says he's not a Jew, he's a liar. All right, okay, so this Jewish doctor, who is very Jewish, says that they're killing people, so now he's no longer Jewish. Did he stop practicing the faith? No, he still practices his faith. But if he says that they're doing something wrong, then he's not Jewish. Oh, I see. So it's only about your support for Israel in this context. Got it. That's not Judaism. Guys, these people are not Judaism. They are Zionist monsters who are supporting an Israel genocide. And if you go against it, you're no longer Jewish. I think that should speak for itself. This person posts what this Jewish person said. I'll show you this in a second. And they said, again, she's not a real Jew. Here she is. You can look at her account. She at least professes to be a Jewish person. She says, in the last 4 weeks, no one has made me, an American Jew, feel unsafe. This is November 11th, so about a month after October 7th. No one has talked about wanting me dead. No one has tried to dehumanize me. No one has sent me violent messages. No one has tried to threaten my livelihood and my family except for American pro-Israel Jews. Hope you can hear that. A Jewish American person saying the only people making her feel unsafe are American pro-Israel Jews. She's like, we're fairly observant, and I love Judaism and being Jewish. I was lucky not to be steeped in Zionism. I have been appalled my whole life by the way Israel demands nationalistic allegiance to a spiritual concept. Judaism is not nationalism. Your own Jewishness does not require patriotism and flag waving. You are whole and complete without it. This drives them crazy. No one ever needs to die in order for us to live. Avery Goret says, transgression will give rise to more transgression. October 7th was a nightmare. It was answered with obliteration. There is no God in a sniper's gun. There is no righteousness in hellfire rockets. Every person on earth, every baby, every middle-aged man, every elderly woman deserves peace. So there's a real Jewish person. There's a real religious person. There is no purpose to our lives if not to liberate one another. Whatever religion, that is a good person. That's a person who cares about human life and respects it. And this Zionist says that's not a real Jew. Why? Because she calls out what they're doing. I mean, I don't even need to explain it. It's very, very clear. And this was on Blue Sky platform, by the way. Same point, by the way. This person posts another statement, and another non-Jew telling us what Zionism is. Okay, and I said, well, here is a Jewish person, a very highly respected Jewish academic, Avi Shlem. And I said, well, even if they were Jewish, you would simply say fake Jew, as you did above, which I believe is anti-Semitic, actually. And I said, if I understand, in the way they would use it, I said, if I understand the current Zionist bastardization of that term correctly, I did address it. But here is a highly respected academic who is Jewish telling you what Zionism is. Do you remember what that clip says? If you don't, here it is.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants.
Now, he goes on to talk about the reason for that, which is the nation-state law, which explicitly states that they have an exclusive right for the Jews alone in Israel. Which he makes the point. That's racist in and of itself. That is, they are the only state that has a law that explicitly states that they're racist. It's amazing what people can disregard. So suddenly he's not Jewish anymore because he points out the obvious in the eyes of these people. Same point here. Somebody just highlighting this. I simply tagged what that person said and said, as usual, Zionists exposing that this is really about protecting Zionism, not Judaism. When you criticize Israel or Zionism, even if Jewish, Zionists will claim you're no longer Jewish, proving it's about Zionism, not Judaism. This person says they DM you with threats if you are anti-Zionist Jew. I also got blocked by Christians United for Israel. Apparently, you're not a real Christian if you're not Zionist as well. It's crazy where this goes. It really is. It's never ending. So the next one is this is a clip of a anti-Zionist Orthodox Jew who is screaming at one of the Zionists. And it's just in Israel. And he says, only because of the Maccabi Tel Aviv family, in Amsterdam, the whole thing where they were the ones openly acting racist and violent, and they tried to make it into a Jewish pogrom. And they got caught for it, but all the Western media and Western politicians apparently still keep saying it's a pogrom. Just like always, they just never stop using the term because, they're in 1984, that thing to the wall. It says, they came with Israeli flags only because of Zionism, they harmed Jews around the world. That's what this Jewish person is saying. He's yelling at them saying, you're the reason Jews are unsafe. Ultra-Orthodox, anti-conscription protester comments on the Amsterdam events and blames Zionism in the state of Israel for rising anti-Semitism around the world. Now, it's in Hebrew. He said the Jews are afraid to leave their homes because of you. He said, so they told him to list. He's what? So we'd also be inside this murderous swamp in this heretic secular swamp. See, this is people that actually respect their beliefs and recognize that everything Zionism is challenges Judaism. This is the whole point about why it's not about one. It is there are clearly an overlap. There's clearly a Jewish supremacy that exists within Zionism, just like there's a Christian supremacy that exists within Zionism. The point is it's Zionism manipulating them. That doesn't make them not Christian or not Jewish in their minds. The point is that's not what the focal point should be. So you can't say all Jews are the problem or all Christians are the problem because that's not true. Simple. Here's somebody else posting the same video and simply writing, during a Haredi protest in Israel against lobbying the army and conscription, this is what he said, Jews have become hated in the world because of Zionism. Which I argue, and Dan Cohen, which I'll grab that actually with that interview because we discussed exactly that. Which Dan Cohen is Jewish himself, and he highlights the very point in this discussion, the manufacture of Middle East plight and Zionism linchpin, the point that is the objective of Zionism. To create it, to justify its existence. And it says all over the world, he continues, Jews are afraid to leave their homes because of Zionism. I don't actually agree with that, but that's what they're projecting. Some of them actually think this way, but I don't think the threat is really there outside of a lot of these certain places like Israel, for example. It says and to be clear on that, there's an endless amount of information and videos you can find of Orthodox Jews being beat up by IDF because they're anti-Zionist. It says, we will not enlist. We will not turn into Zionists. We will not be in this swamp, the swamp of murderers, the swamp of infidels, of secular swamp in which there is all the corruption of evil in the world. Good for them. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. So next, here's Zachary Foster, simply highlighting the background on this in 2002. In 2007 to 2008, in 2014, in 2021, and 2023 to current, Israel carried out mass murder campaigns of Palestinians. When a state claims to represent world Jewry and Judaism at large and massacres Palestinians in the name of Jewish safety, we see a rise in anti-Jewish attacks, which, by the way, they then point to, but these days seem to just broadly manufacture for the same reason and then use that to justify why they have to exist. Now you're starting to see entire groupings and organizations of Jewish people go, we see what you're doing. You're making this happen. And guys, it's been called out for a long time. It just used to be covered under a guise of you're being racist. And in some cases, that was the truth. But it's not all encompassing. It says, thanks for endangering me, Israel, he writes, and he's Jewish himself. And just highlights it. You can read this, just giving you the background on what we're discussing. Now, this person who's a very rabid pro-Israel entity, it makes the point for me. He points out something in New York, I think this is New York, right? Simply says, Birthright Israel put up a billboard in Times Square that simply says Jewish and proud. Okay, what are you advertising? What are you paying to get done here? Ask yourself that. To shove this in your face. That's what it is. It says the younger generation of Jews will not be intimidated. We will not go anywhere. Okay, well, what we just showed you is what my point is. People like Zachary and Orthodox Jews, they look at this and that's Zionism shoving this in the faces of people who would then turn around and blame Jewish people for what they're doing. My point is that most people walking around recognize what's really going on. We see the genocide, we see Israel committing the genocide, and then we see this get shoved in our face, which then makes them resent Jewish people by design, even though it's Zionism putting the bait out like that. Jewish, nobody cares. Nobody's out there worrying about whether you're Jewish or not. That is them juving. There is always a level of people who are racist, people who are, that's in every category. Maybe you can argue it's a little bit more now because of what they're doing. But either way, the reality is that this is being done in order to manufacture what they need to justify their existence. And it's not working anymore. So when you listen to people like Zachary Foster or Orthodox Jews or Torah Judaism who are telling you that what they're doing is a design to make them unsafe, ask yourself why they need to do this. What does it accomplish to put this in the middle of New York's time, in Times Square? Well, they would argue it's because Jews are unsafe and we're attacked. Okay, so what you're doing that to do what? To make them feel safe? Well, no, essentially you're taunting Jewish and proud. To be clear, hear me on this. I don't care whether you're Jewish and proud. I don't care about whether this is genuine or not. The point is that you have to recognize that there's no real objective other than to put this out there to go, see, I'm strong. We're not afraid of you. Well, nobody's threatening you, man. So all that does is create animosity. You see what I'm saying? It's very, very deliberate. I mean, you could argue, look, let's even put it this way. Even if there was this rampant dark cloud of anti-Semitism, which we've proven is not true, what would that accomplish? It just has to be very clear what they're trying to accomplish. And here's what Norman Finkelstein lays out very well to just make a couple points about Gaza in the next segment before we get into everything else. And I really do think he did a great job. And this is pretty much just a compilation of this one interview he did where I forget her name now, the one who just got caught 3 times in a row in one sitting lying about churches and Christians and things about Palestine. Very, very lazily and then very embarrassing. And she's the one that just continues to scream and smile about genocide on every show she goes on. Because I think she's one of the few that is not afraid to be put out there and made look really stupid right now because their narratives are falling apart. But Norman Finkelstein does a great job just giving you the facts.
Israel forfeited its right to self-defense. This isn't a war against Hamas. This is a war against Gaza. In fact, it's not a war at all. It's a genocide. Where we are now, I would say Gaza is no more. Gaza has been pulverized. It's been obliterated. And that was the Israeli goal from October 7th. As you recall for sure, the statements that immediately came out after October 7th spoke about Amalek, spoke about there not being any civilians in Gaza. The intention was to once and for all liquidate, solve the Gaza question. And in my opinion, they have succeeded in that regard. And that was the intention. The Gaza-Hamas aspect was pretty much a sideshow. If I need psychoanalysis, I wouldn't go to a representative of a lunatic state. I would go to a rational person. Number 2, Israel never left Gaza. That's not my opinion. In 2005, Israel relocated its troops from inside Gaza to the periphery of Gaza. What goes into Gaza? What goes out of Gaza? Who goes into Gaza? Who goes out of Gaza? The airspace, the water, everything was controlled by Israel. The guardian of the 4th Geneva Convention is the International Committee of the Red Cross. The opinion of the Red Cross from 2006 to the present is that Israel remains the occupying power in Gaza. That's the opinion of the United Nations. It's the opinion of all human rights organizations.
I don't disagree with you about any of that. But
let me ask you a simple question, okay? If you're at war with Gaza, why are you shooting children in the skull and in the chest? The New York Times published an article on that, came under a lot of flack because they published that article. They said we can't refute the evidence. We have the x-rays in front of us. They're shooting children in the head, in the skull, and in the chest.
So just, you got to really think about what he's saying. And this is the same thing that doctor was telling you earlier. Sniper bullets to the head. In what context is that happening? And we're, again, understand, over and over and over and over, as he said in the beginning, almost exclusively children. So pretend it's human shields. Walk me through how that works out. Okay, pretend that it's, bombing an entire area or, trying to go after him and killing them by accident. Okay, how do they have 2 sniper shots to the head or in the chest? I mean, guys, this is why even the New York Times, there's no misunderstanding what you're looking at. They are choosing to murder children. I know that's really hard for some people, not even whether you want to support Israel or not. It's just such a disgusting thing to understand is happening. And so sometimes people just don't want to admit it, but it's real. It's happening. It's right in front of you. And the only way we're going to stop it is if we're honest about it.
If you're engaged in the war in Gaza, why are you killing journalists? Why are you killing medics? Why are you killing UN workers? If you're engaged in the war with Hamas, why is it that Human Rights Watch just this past week put out a report? They tell people where to flee. They say, go to the safe zones. Human Rights Watch says, when the people are directed, they're being shot at the road. When you get to the safe areas,
I understand. I've already made that point.
Israel drops 2,000-pound bombs.
I've made that very point.
Does that sound like a war?
No,
or does that sound like a genocide?
Well,
does it sound like because even take, I know you're not allowed to say it, but since I know the topic very well, take the case of the Nazis. The Nazis needed the cover of a war in order to carry out the final solution. Now, Hitler had plans earlier on, but it required a certain amount of cover, propaganda, and all sorts of other devices in order to carry it out. Gaza is in the news. If you want to hear my full answer, I'm not giving you a yes or no.
What's the short answer?
My answer
He doesn't have short answers.
That's correct. I don't have short answers. I've said it to you before. In my opinion, Israel, here it's not my opinion, I'll quote Giora Eiland, Israel, the former head of Israel's National Security Council. Israel created, I'm quoting him now, in 2004, he said Gaza is, quote, a huge concentration camp. Israel created a huge concentration camp in Gaza. Israel imposed a medieval blockade on Gaza, which has been characterized as a crime against humanity. Israel periodically went into Gaza on its high-tech killing sprees, what it called operations. I would say Israel created, I think I'm quoting now, the British economist called Gaza a toxic dump. If Hamas, by killing 1,200 people on October 7th, disqualified itself from participating in any future in the resolution of the conflict, then Israel, by a factor of maybe 20 times more, has disqualified itself. And we have to add, it's not just the state of Israel, it's the entire population of Israel, which gets more and more enthusiastic and relishes more and more each time a massacre unfolds in Gaza.
Accused of being a, quote, self-hating Jew. What's your response to that quite common yet very serious accusation?
Well, my response is a completely rational one. Let's say it's true, for argument's sake, that I'm a self-hating Jew. What does that have to do with the facts? I mean, if Einstein was a self-hating Jew, for argument's sake, that mean E does not equal MC squared? What do the facts have to do with what I am or what I'm not? If I were a self-loving Jew, would that mean everything I say is true?
Excellent point, but also highlights the woke right side of all this. It's identity politics, guys. It's the same thing coming from the anti-Semitism, protecting Israel angle. But he makes an excellent point right there. So yeah, that's how these things have to work, right? So listen to it again.
Do with what I am or what I'm not. If I were a self-loving Jew, would that mean everything I say is true?
Well, yes. You see, that's the kind of subconscious principle that's being put forward. That ultimately you're a self-hating Jew, therefore you're being deceptive. But if you're not, then we are then it's like almost like a reverse. What would you call that? I'm sure there's a term for that. By planting that, you ultimately then subconsciously accept the opposite of it.
So,
oh damn it! I didn't want to show that. But so let's go into a few points about Gaza to make sure we're not losing sight of what's continuing to happen there. Then we're going to jump into the conversation of the moderate rebels, the reality of the ISIS-patched murderers that are streaming through Syria right now, and how the U.S. and Israel both openly support them. But Tiberius wants to make sure you're not missing this. Palestinian children were injured this on the 8th after the bombing of an apartment building in Nusrat camp. He posts this on the 8th as well, but simply highlights that Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people has not ended. It continues night and day, right to this very moment, by the way. Do not forget Gaza now that they've moved on to Syria. Do not stop speaking out about it. Glenn Greenwald points out, and this is as of today, as we're watching them murder children in real time right up to this very moment, what's the U.S. government doing? Passing legislation for Israel. Ryan Grimm points out the House tomorrow plans to, or about to ban the U.S. government from citing the Ministry of Health in Gaza's casualty figures. Instead of working to end the genocide, Congress will instead do this. You know why that's ridiculous, as I've shown you many times? Oh, wait, what was it? There's that one. I thought Accurate popped up too. Oh, you know what it is? Vice News. There it is. I mean, it kills me how dumb this stuff is. So the U.S. government is actively about to pass a bill the Republican-led, or will be anyway, a bill to make it illegal to point to statistics that the Israeli military and the Israeli intelligence community have both told you were accurate and reliable. Okay, here is Israeli media. Oh, dang it. Citing the Army. The Army checked, and this is 2024. The Army checked and found that Gaza Health Ministry fatalities are reliable. They just don't care, you see, because Israel's pushing a narrative against their objective is to influence the West. Here's Vice News quoting intelligence. The Israeli intelligence has deemed Hamas-run health ministry death figures accurate. January 2024. The whole thing is always like this. Every part of this conversation, you've got people like Brian Mass and Tom Cotton out there screeching about racism and protecting the country, while what they're doing is actively supporting a foreign country at the expense of American interests and ignoring all the facts everywhere in order to, by the way, suppress your rights. So if we want to understand where this is going to go, if they're already trying to censor what they can say and use in Congress, do you think they're going to stop at telling you what you can say and do about Israel? It's right on the surface. As Glenn Greenwald says, when will the U.S. Congress ever pass a bill that isn't about Israel? You see, I'm not crazy. How long I've been saying that. If you go through and look at the congressional, Congress.gov, and just look at any moment, generally how many pieces of legislation are in action, meaning not passed, but they're being built, they're floating, being in holding. A lot, and this was a long time ago I did this, but I did it live on the show. If you simply pull those things up and search for the word Israel, you'll find that like half of them in some way or another involve Israel. That's crazy, and you will not find any other country like that. And I'm pretty sure I don't need to explain why that is. Oops. So here is another point regarding Gaza. And you can watch it for yourself, but it's an interview with Going Underground where they're reevaluating with her new study that the death toll in Gaza may actually be upwards of 514,000, between 194,000 to potentially 500,000 or more. That's the reality of what's going on, and we all know that's where this is going. Disgustingly enough, right? We know the numbers of Iraq and so on. I mean, they bombed an entire civilization here, guys. There's so many people buried under the rubble and then just missing. This is where it's going. And even the Lancet told you 180-something thousand. And they're just screaming racism, apparently. That's all they have. Maran Bogoudi points out that in Gaza, as they're still starving, by the way, right to this very moment, a large number of Palestinian detainees at one of their detention centers who are also starving, even when they're in their control, are experiencing food poisoning as a result of them being given rotten food. This comes after Israeli prison services have already been starving their populations only to serve them rotten food on empty stomachs. Note that at least 45 Palestinian detainees have now been killed this year inside these prisons. The number is likely much higher, and who knows how many of them were raped while that was happening. Israeli authorities are refusing to readily disclose the information. Just speechless. I mean, just so on the surface. Here's the chairman of the Euromed Human Rights Group. Documented cases of makeshift graves for civilians being killed by the Israeli army, some buried alive. We have documented 125 mass graves containing hundreds of civilians, while the names of forcibly displaced individuals continue to accumulate. Twice they've caught them on video burying people in the sand. But let's all pretend like it's not happening. How about that, Tom Cotton? Let's pretend like it's not even there, right? Here, to overlap this, what we're seeing right now in Syria, just like you're going to see in a moment, you have the Israeli entities destroying Christian buildings. Third oldest Greek Orthodox church in the world, Israel destroyed. This was just recently on November 28th. Here's apparently the Christians that don't exist, according to Israel, in Gaza, who are telling you what they just did. You're seeing it right now in Syria, by the way. So also just keep this in mind as we go into the lies about Syria. Don't forget, this is actually important to remember. Remember this whole lie they put out about Shifa Hospital with this whole in-depth graphic showing you the buildings and the floors and the different tunnels and the compounds? Guess what? Completely proven to be false. This person says, was reminded today that they just 110% fabricated this and completely got away with it. No, they didn't get away with it. We all caught them. Just the people that would otherwise make it mainstream never acknowledged it. That's the bar we're always talking about. Seems like most everybody who cared to look was recognizing that's not what happened. Even some level of the corporate conversation acknowledged that, but it never fully was like all the way through the whole mainstream conversation. Our government lied about it. I mean, people like Tom Cotton still pretend like they found a command center. That's how infiltrated our government is. Max Blumenthal pointing out, and it was Gallant. Wanted war criminal Gallant, who branded Palestinians as human animals before subjecting them to a Holocaust, freely enters the U.S. and finds a friendly audience at the neocon Winnep think tank. Behold a moral degeneracy of the rules-based order and American Zionist establishment. So freely walks in. The guy's literally got an arrest warrant from the international community, and our government doesn't care. I mean, it just, if they ever pretended like they cared about these things, they don't now. And here he is with Brett McGurk. I have just completed, Gallant says, an important meeting with the White House. So he went all the way to the White House. I mean, if you thought for 1 second like any of them were I mean, why wouldn't maybe like a Massey or anyone else out there in this conversation that's pretending, or maybe they mean it, I don't know, to actually care about what's going on, believe in the law, care that they're committing genocide? I mean, you realize there's people in Congress that say they're committing genocide. Why wouldn't they do something about it? He's at the White House. Call the police. Get some people there and arrest him. Even if he gets taken back or the other members of Congress get him released, at least it would be the right thing to do, and at least it would make attention. Make him scared. He should be. Right? You're talking about Alex Karp worrying about making your adversary scared. This guy's a genocidal maniac who's literally killing children, and we don't want to scare him. We want to scare the people trying to stop him. Our discussion focused on tangible possibility of a breakthrough on the hostage issue. While they've been systematically breaking that deal the entire time, according to Israeli media. You're just normalizing genocide. That's all this is. And don't forget, here's Brett McGurk telling you, as we bring this into Syria, that Idlib was the largest al-Qaeda hotspot. The place where we are now being told the current leadership of Syria came from.
Idlib province, look, Idlib province is the largest al-Qaeda safe haven since 9/11, tied directly to Ayman al-Zawahiri. This is a huge problem. It's been a problem for some time.
Now he goes on, well, I'll play it all the way through. There's important things he says.
We have shown the spotlight, the international spotlight on ISIS. We've been very focused on al-Qaeda in Idlib province. Leaders of al-Qaeda that make their way to Idlib province often do not make their way out of there. But we have to ask a question: why and how is Ayman al-Zawahiri's deputy finding his way to Idlib province? Why is this happening? How are they getting there? They're not paratroopers. So, and the approach, I obviously will not talk about anything the US government has done in certain parts of Syria on this problem, but the approach by some of our partners to send in tens of thousands of tons of weapons and looking the other way as these foreign fighters come into Syria may not have been the best approach. And al-Qaeda has taken full advantage of it. And Idlib now is a huge problem.
Now, let's be clear. He's talking about Turkey. The whole rat line or whatever they've called it, they're aware of this. So I don't know if McGurk in this moment was aware of it, because this actual statement came back to bite them right afterwards, because Vanessa and I and plenty of others had conversations right like a year after he said that, or right after he said it, showing you that Idlib was where the U.S. government and Turkey were operating. So it made them look bad. But either way, the point was, whether he knew it or not, he's simply highlighting what they were all involved in. This was a manufactured effort to flood Syria with radical elements to destabilize it and eventually remove them from power.
Is an al-Qaeda safe haven right on the border of Turkey. So that's something obviously we will be in very close discussions with the Turks on. And I think, as we did in some ISIS areas, in sealing the border, making sure nobody can cross, is something we might have to think about in Idlib province. Because it's a huge problem. It's a different problem than ISIS, but it is a big problem and something we have to very much focus on as a counterterrorism objective.
I mean, they're overlapped. We're talking about proxy elements of the U.S. and Israel. So Vanessa's the one that shared this. This is a 5-year-old video. Idlib province is the largest al-Qaeda safe haven since 9/11. So I just want to highlight this, and this, I think I have those. I'm come up in a second. I opened with some clips there, but this just goes back to 2017, same time frame. Syria's moderate rebels to form a new alliance. And this is what we're talking about. U.S. funding for rebel groups in northern Syria has been partially restored. And realize, do you remember whose administration this is during? Donald Trump's, right in the middle of his administration. Not surprising, shouldn't be, because they're all equally playing this role. I'm going to show you some statements he made in a second. The point of the new military alliance of rebels in northern Syria aims to consolidate military control over Idlib province. It's what we're talking about, guys. That's the people in control of Syria, which shouldn't be too surprising. If you've at least even watching our shows, this is transparent. They're right now telling you the biggest boogeyman the one they've been screaming is the biggest boogeyman ever is suddenly the person they want you to think is supposed to be in control of Syria because he changed his shirt and cut his beard. And you realize I'm not trying to suggest anything other than they're telling you what they want you to hear, because realize they're the proxy element of Israel and Syria. And plenty of other, I think, agendas in there, or interest rather. My point is that who knows whether they know that or whether they're aware. It doesn't really matter at the end point. We have to remember today, the people that are currently being allowed to overthrow, rape, pillage, and murder are the ones that they have put in position. Like we heard earlier, sometimes they don't really control what ultimately happens, which they don't care if people could suffer in Syria. But ultimately, what they want is to be able to, pick the bones clean afterward or whatever they want to accomplish. So here is Glant. And it's Hadi's pointing out the fall of Assad's murderous regime in Syria, as you should know by now, as everyone, including Biden and Netanyahu, are saying, serves the state of Israel despite the risks inherent in it. And as they've both said after that they were responsible, that this wouldn't have happened without what they did. So they're not only working along with what they're doing, they're siding with the terrorist groups and currently bombing with them, or for them, rather. And simply, Caitlin Johnstone simply says, so to recap, Russia invading a country in the name of protecting security interests from perceived threats on its border equals wrong, evil, worst thing ever. Israel invading a country in the name of protecting security interests from a perceived threat on its border equals fine, normal. Typical hypocrisy. Now, you can argue, well, that's not what Russia did. Okay, fair enough. I disagree, but it's easy to prove that Israel is not acting in securing its interests. So it's always the same game. The point is, you can't just pretend like if there's a law in place that says you can't do this, you can't go, but it's okay because we like what they're trying to accomplish, which is what the U.S. government does every day. That's the point in what I'm making through what she's saying. If you just are objective about the law, it doesn't matter what your intent is. Well, you're invading a country and occupying its territory for fill in the blank. Well, that's against the law. And here is Horton breaking down something, just a very quick clip, breaking down something, speaking to Candace Owens, I think is important, that goes back long before where we currently are, the moral of the story, the point he's making. The U.S. government and Israel have been funding radicals to destabilize countries, and in most cases, secretly, as far back as you want to look. It's nothing new.
And eventually September 11th. Now, this whole time, Bill Clinton is still backing these guys. He supports their side, not directly to them in the way of the Afghanistan war, but pretty close. He's certainly backing their side in Bosnia, Kosovo, and Chechnya. He's working with the Brits and the Saudis to back these mujahideen. And in the case of the Balkans, it's against the Serbs, who are the ethnic and religious kin and close allies of the Russians. By the way, they were the ones who fought on our side against the Nazis in World War II and rescued 500 downed American pilots, by the way.
Typical, right? So, the allies of the point is that there's nothing sacred to these people. There is no one, there's no deal, there's no agreement, there's no ally. It's their interests. Might makes right.
But the Balkan Wars, the Bosnia War, and then the Kosovo War of 1999, that was at the expense of the Russians, and they backed literal bin Ladenites in those wars, and then also in Chechnya.
So what we're seeing is just a trend over decades in which the United States is not getting their hands dirty, sending over weapons, supplies, money, funding these insurgents, and then suddenly deciding when they want to determine that they are actually terrorists, never mind, forget everything, and suddenly we pretend that we're the heroes because we're going to get rid of them.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a clumsy way to frame it, but it's right. I would simply say, as usual, that they fund whoever they want to accomplish their goal and then don't care about them. Like the Kurds, over and over and over. Like, you could argue that the plan was to eventually blame them and go after them. But I don't think that's always the case. I just think there's nothing sacred, right? As I've said in the past many times, every big boogeyman they point to in the past, right before that was their chief ally, like an Osama bin Laden, or a Saddam Hussein. They were allies with them. In fact, they armed Saddam with chemical weapons to go after Iran and then later turned on it. That's how they operate. But was the plan to do that, or simply that they just eventually lost they didn't have an interest for him anymore? There was no need for him anymore to be the thing he was. In fact, eventually he becomes a threat simply because he knows too much. Like, that's how this tends to work, my opinion. So it's easy to arm Hamas until suddenly they're not needed anymore, and then you go after them, right? Or use them, like everything else we're seeing and what she is saying, to justify the next step, right? So we're done using them, so now we want to take over this part, so we'll pretend they're the one we're going to go after. It's everywhere you look. I mean, just like Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein, well, Golani was their guy, right? I mean, they're right. Well, I guess technically speaking, in the public narrative, it's the other way around today, where now he's their guy, whereas before he was the terrorist, which is actually pretty interesting. But either way, my point is that they're always working with these entities and just choosing when they want to use them. And he just highlights that, saying, finally, someone speaks the truth about what went on in Bosnia, Serbia, Kosovo. American-funded Islamic terrorists were sent there to butcher Orthodox Serb Christians. And this is one of the other points. I don't agree with everything Candace Owens says, but I'm really glad to see that she has the courage to call out in the right conversation, the woke right, the idea that they're just blatantly ignoring how Israel is focusing on Christian things right now and how always has been. I don't know how in the world anybody honest can't call that out. So I'm glad she's doing that. And that's what they're also, watch the rest of the interview. It's a good discussion. The same Serbs that fought alongside America in World War II, where our farmers risked their lives and their families' lives to save 500 downed American soldiers. The rule was for every dead German, they'd butcher 100 Serbs. On October 21st, 1941, Nazi soldiers killed about 4,000 Serbs as part of the atonement exercise in occupied Serbia. Us Serbs fought against these Islamic demons 600 plus years ago, and now we have them and globalists trying to exterminate us and destroy Orthodox Christianity. That's his take on it all. The point is simply that we can see historically how much they play the game. I mean, simply put, as I said before, that there's nothing sacred, that the enemy of yesterday becomes the ally today and vice versa. And it's really not about anything other than what works for their interests. Now, here's an old clip. I think I've played this before, actually. Charlie Rose, where he's discussing, it's Mike Morrell from the CIA from the past, just at a moment of pretty open discussion, that if when they need to, they just covertly kill Russians and Iranians. Not government, mind you, people. Which I don't know, this shouldn't be shocking if you watch this show or pay attention at all, but to some people it will be.
We need to make the Iranians pay a price in Syria. We need to make the Russians pay a price. The other thing we make them pay the price by.
And by the way, the point being, that's what's happening now, right? So all this time forward, they're making them pay the price, which means they're people, guys, which is what's happening. Syrians are suffering like crazy right now.
Pay a price in Syria. We need to make the Russians pay a price. The other thing we make them pay the price by killing Russians. Yes. And killing Iranians. Yes. Covertly.
Wow.
So you don't tell the world about it, right?
Too
you
late.
don't stand up at the Pentagon and say we did this, right? But you make sure they know it in Moscow and Tehran. Here's the other thing I want to do.
Which, by the way, then, so this is Alex Karp mindset, mind you, right? So now they know you murdered their families, and now they're going to be like, oh, you're too strong. We're not going to fight back. Is that how that works? Look back in any moment in history to realize how dumb that would be to argue that that's going to happen. That's going to end up causing more violence, which is exactly what they want.
Here's the other thing I want to do. I want to go after those things that Assad sees as his personal power base, right? I want to scare Assad. So I want to.
That sounds familiar.
I want to go after his presidential guard. I want to bomb his offices in the middle.
You know, you should recognize right now that there is basically today no difference between intelligence and Silicon Valley, as Whitney's pointed out many times, right? The Karps and Teals of the world, they might as well be the intelligence community. I think there's a very thin line between that.
The night.
Well, that happened about 2 years ago, as you remember, when his brother-in-law was...
I want to destroy his presidential aircraft on the ground. I want to destroy...
Brother-in-law was...
I want to destroy his presidential aircraft on the ground. I want to destroy his presidential helicopters. I want to...
Who cares if there's pilots in there or innocent people? Because we're the moral army of the world, right?
Make him think we're coming after him, right? I'm not advocating assassinating him. I am not advocating that.
Just kill people around him and make him scared, because that's what the moral leader of the world would do. You realize how blatant that is? He's literally expressly saying, kill people around him to make him scared and uncomfortable and uncertain. Those people are not criminal. You're just murdering people. Yes, guys, if you have not realized by now that that's who we're talking about, this government for crying out loud, they would kill just about anything if it was in the way of their agenda, which, by the way, is why what we're doing is dangerous, to be honest.
I'm advocating going after what he thinks is his power base, right? And what he needs to survive. I want him to think about, this is not going to end well for me, right? I want to put pressure on him. I want to put pressure on the Iranians. I want to put pressure on the Russians to come to that diplomatic settlement.
I honestly just don't know why we have to convince people of this. There's so much evidence. It's unreal. So here's a great thread. You don't have to agree with everything he's saying, but I think there's a lot of good information in this. And so he's simply saying, let me give you a breakdown of his perception of what Assad and family and actions were. He says 50 photos and other media to illustrate the truth about Syria and Assad. So he's simply highlighting what happened in 2011 was not a civil war, which you all know well, hopefully. It was a proxy war waged by 100,000 plus jihadists flown into Syria from all over the world, right? And that's, Idlib ultimately became kind of like a central hotspot. Same with Al-Tamf, the Rukban camp. But before that, it was coming in from all over the place. And as you can see, largely a lot coming down from, south, essentially, through Turkey and a lot of different locations. But it says weapons also flowed from to be clear, not south coming from Egypt, Africa, and from Turkey. And the point being is that we're talking about the converging from all different directions. I just said that too quickly. So you can see right here, Turkey's up above northern Syria, Iraq, Jordan. You can see it coming from everywhere. And the point is that this is not necessarily individual actions as opposed to a coordinated event using assets from all over. And that's one of the things we overlap with the conversation of both Ukraine as well as Gaza, that you have the same kind of structure that's being used in certain ways. Now, it says weapons also flowed from all over the world, and they were snuck into Syria, mostly using Syria-Turkey border. That's what I was kind of alluding to. Some came in through Syria and Iraq as well. Now, it says the collusion to topple Assad involved many countries. U.S. and Israel supplied weapons, money, propaganda. Saudi Arabia and Qatar provided money. Al Jazeera, propaganda. Turkey and Jordan played key roles in logistics. UK provided propaganda and established the white helmets. France recruited traitors. It says two main reasons. The U.S. and Israel, and again, there's a lot, I think there's plenty more, but even you can disagree with that main, but I think those are good points. The U.S. and Israel want total hegemony in the region. The U.S. has had plans to break up many countries in the region, plus the Greater Israel Project. So interesting point. Like Zbigniew Brzezinski and the idea of like the balkanization of these areas. It's interesting because I do think that the U.S. thinks that's the end game, but I'm pretty sure that Israel has a different end game. When you just simply look at the Greater Israel Project, like even right now, people are arguing that essentially, when you look at just this one, that right now, for those those on the video version, the not blue part here would be the part that the U.S. like actually currently largely holds, with a little bit down here, but would be theirs. And then the bottom half of that blue part of Syria would be Israel's, and the top part would be Turkey's. But look at what Israel thinks they're going to get. Part of Turkey, almost all of Syria, and half of Iraq, part of Saudi Arabia, part of Egypt. That's not a joke. This is an open objective of theirs. So what's interesting is to think about is that, like the discussion, which we'll get into in a second, once I get fully into kind of the updates on what's going on in Syria, I genuinely still think that there was some kind of an agreement that was laid out and that Israel was the part that took advantage of it. And maybe the U.S. was aware that was the plan or not, but either way, my point would be that you can see the United States making an agreement that would allow Assad to step down, which Sputnik did report. Sputnik reported it. He resigns and calls for peaceful transition. There's a reason that nobody, if that's the case, as Vanessa's pointing out, nobody read his resignation letter, all this stuff. It's interesting. But then I would ask why Russia might not put it out, right? Again, it's all up in the air right now. But what's interesting, though, is you can see how it would work that the U.S. would make an agreement with the interest of if you step down, which I'll show you in a minute. That was actually one thing that they do have floated. And the Biden administration was, before this, working on an agreement with the UAE for exchange for Assad stepping down and distancing himself. And I think that that was what they agreed to. Maybe the U.S. didn't even know. Like, Israel doesn't care about making the U.S. look bad. Or maybe they did, and they were just being dishonest as always, but made an agreement that then Israel took advantage of. So the U.S. would be thinking, we're going to balkanize this and control different areas, and then Israel just jams in the middle and tries to take all of it. I mean, it would kind of make sense to me. But either way, the point is, one, being both the Greater Israel Project and just control. Two, Qatar wanted the gas pipeline through Syria to Turkey and Europe, but Assad wanted the Iranian pipeline. Now, it's a little more complicated than that, but I do think that's a part of this. And I think there are other vying parts of this as well. It's changed a bit over the years. But it says in 2010, the New York Times travel section listed 31 best places to visit in the world. And Damascus, the capital of Syria, was ranked number 7. It's amazing how fast things change. In 2010, the New York Times listed the capital of Syria as the number 7 place in the world. Now, what's interesting is you can show that there was a lot going on then, but the mainstream conversation hadn't spun yet. Then it goes on to say in 2010, Vogue magazine had an article about Assad's wife, the first lady, called her a rose in the desert, and described her as her great works, education, theater, charity, hospitals. So amazing how they become murdering, villainous dictators after you went out of your way to highlight how their charity, same stuff about Assad. It's really interesting. Sort of how the Nazis of Ukraine became the freedom fighters 30 seconds after they changed their mind. Now it says the West once loved Assad. He was called the Lion of Damascus. France gave him the highest award, the Legion of Honor. Queen Elizabeth invited him, Assad and his wife. Nancy Pelosi flew to Syria. European and Arab leaders met with him all the time. Even the Pope went to Syria. Look, I mean, it's really crazy to think about how this is really not that long ago. Most people today wouldn't even think that's real. That's how broken this is, how propaganda in the partisan field has broken things. Now, it says Syria under Assad was secular, moderate. Now, this you could disagree with his framing of what Syria was like or is. I frankly agree with most of what he's saying. Sunnis, Shiites, Christians, Alawites, but you can prove what he's saying here. Kurds, Americans, etc., got along. Lived third largest Christian population in all of the Middle East before they destroyed Syria. No Al-Qaeda, no Sharia law, no Muslim Brotherhood. All easy to prove. Syrians loved Assad, which again, I very much think this is one of the easiest things to prove. He could walk around and drive around Damascus in Syria without security forces. I mean, can you imagine any American president or anywhere in the West right now doing that for the podcast? Assad would do this all the time. He would go to major crowds and just no security, just walk into these crowds. And it says, in fact, the Arab world loved him in 2009. Zogby poll, an American firm, Assad was the most popular leader in the region. Fair foreign policy. Bashar al-Assad was the highest rated Arab leader. Now, and realize almost on a dime, they want you to think that they all hate him and want a revolution because he went afoul of what they wanted of him. Assad is also the good father and husband, they write. He raised, smart family. And, again, it's subjective. You could look at the pictures. I'm sure you could find pictures of, I'm sure even villainous dictators love their children or at least like their children. But my point would be, I don't think that's what Assad is. I just don't. I think there's more than enough evidence to show that. I don't think that any government should be seen as something other than a potential problem. That's my opinion. But either way, you can look and prove and see all this stuff and all the lie. Again, as always, how much they have to lie about these people should usually give you the indication that at the very least, they're not what they say they are. Or not as much, anyway. It says, but for reasons discussed earlier, the U.S. and its evil friends decided to do a regime change in Syria. The, quote, moderate rebels were neither moderate nor rebels. And we all should know this by now. They were extremists and head-chopping terrorists aligned with Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Al-Qaeda equals al-Nusra, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. That's important, obviously, for where we are. You're going to see them wearing these patches right now in Syria, being supported by the United States and Israel. Now, it goes on to say the U.S.-funded rebels are murderous thugs who ruthlessly execute men and women. Fayez Sabili has been breaking this down for a long time. They would kill Shiites and Christians just because of their religion. They're doing that right now. They have destroyed numerous Shiite shrines and mosques and Christian churches, also happening in Syria. Syrian rebels are actually jihadists from all over the world, including Uyghurs from China. These fanatics have terrorist camps of their own for their children and blah, blah, blah. Same stuff that happens in most of these places run by U.S. and Israel. While U.S. and NATO-funded terrorists targeted Christians, it was Assad who protected Christianity in all its forms. When all the rebels destroyed historic Christian monasteries, Assad visited and rebuilt them. Again, all on the record. This is a Getty image, for crying out loud. Just look it up for yourself. It says the church is the same point. He goes on to make it clear. Church leaders in Syria repeatedly spoken out in favor of Assad. Here is Alan Poor from CNN. And I'll just play the clip for you yourself, where she's talking about the Syrian rebels being funded by the U.S. to oust him, which we should know by now.
President, you know the rhetoric of regime change is headed towards you from the United States. They are actively looking for a new Syrian leader. They're granting...
Isn't it crazy how they're just openly pointing to the fact that they want to manipulate, so illegally, without question, regime change him from power? Just because it's interesting how clear this stuff is.
Visas and visits to Syrian opposition politicians. They're talking about isolating you diplomatically and perhaps a coup d'etat or your regime crumbling. What are you thinking about that?
I feel very confident for one reason, because I was made in Syria, I wasn't made in the United States, so I'm not worried. This is Syrian decision, should be made by the Syrian people, nobody else in this world. So we don't discuss it in Syria.
What would happen, do you think, if there was an alternative to you? Who is the alternative to you?
Could be any Syrian, any national Syrian, and we have a lot. I'm not the only person who is eligible to be president. We have a lot of Syrians, so we don't have any problem about that. But no Syrian would be allowed to be president if he's made anywhere outside our borders. This is a Syrian principle.
Quite a monster. Under George W. Bush, the U.S. secretly recruited and funded opposition leaders in Syria, but Assad kept winning elections. Later, U.S. State Department gave millions of dollars to establish a TV station, Barada TV, to broadcast anti-Assad propaganda within Syria. Like, just think about how aggressive this is. And people, like right now in the Republican conversation, this gets framed as what CARP is pointing to. Because we say they're real bad and they hate us for our freedom. So we justify, in that broken logic, everything. The very things, by the way, which then drive them to become what you might have pretended they were. That's not by accident. In some cases, maybe they already are. Maybe they were that to begin with. My point is, in a lot of cases, you can show that that's not the reality. That they're simply groups that don't want to bow blindly to U.S. interests at the expense of their people, whether or not they do things to benefit themselves at the expense of their people. The point is that they then fund the worst people in the world. They fund the moderate rebel elements, which are actually the terrorists they claim, that ones that are currently leading Syria, by the way, and use them to overthrow the country, which then start killing the people in the country, despite the fact that you can show that Assad was not doing that. See, the narrative is the lie. All the different things they've been screaming about, the gas attacks we can prove are false. Maybe you start asking if all the other things they were saying were also potentially lies. Simply ask that question. In this case, jamming your manipulation into creating fake TV stations through intelligence apparatus to create fake media that convinces them he's bad. Even ask yourself the ones that maybe do hate him in that country. Maybe it's because they lied to him. Now, I'm not going to say that there's not people that I guarantee there's huge groups of people that don't want him to be in power. The question is, do they want another country deciding for them, or are they just being used? 2011 saw the biggest regime change operations ever conducted in the United States by the United States, called Arab Spring. Thus, U.S. deep state recruited al-Qaeda. February 12th, 2012, al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri called jihadists all over the world to go to Syria and fight Assad. Same day, Jake Sullivan, advisor of Hillary Clinton, sent an email saying al-Qaeda is on our side. I just showed you this yesterday. This is the kind of stuff that makes me crazy, that we can literally see it on the surface. And yet you get shouted down by a bunch of partisans who have an interest in supporting a side, who just are so short-sighted they can't see what they're doing, even to their own interests. Islamic terrorism on steroids. Remember how the CIA armed the Mujahideen with guns and shoulder-powered Stinger missiles to defeat the USSR in the 80s? It was 1,000 times worse in Syria, where al-Qaeda was given tanks, powerful rockets, mortars, etc., all to basically destroy that country, but not actually take power until today. U.S. weapons had elaborate rat lines that involved Azerbaijan's diplomatic airplanes, Saudi Arabia, and finally through Turkey. Al-Qaeda and ISIS got weapons worth billions of dollars. The operation was called Timber Sycamore. Salafists and Al-Qaeda and Muslim Brotherhood. U.S. government and media were fooling the world, but U.S. soldiers and intelligence officers in the field knew that they were training and arming the same people who did 9/11. Some Green Beret specialists talked about it. And there's so many whistleblowers speaking out about what was going on, guys. U.S. and Israel were openly supporting ISIS on one side and then using ISIS as an excuse to bomb Syria, which is exactly what they're doing right now. There's an Israeli leader. I would prefer Islamic State to Iran and Syria. Kissinger warns Trump, ISIS is keeping Iran in check. You must not let Tehran fill the void. Guys, this is exactly the narrative of today. Obama is the founder of ISIS, Donald Trump says famously. At the same time, though, here he is in 2013. Remember all those, quote, freedom fighters in Syria want to fly planes into our buildings. I said, interesting how narratives change when it works for your political agenda, two-party illusion, right? Because you realize right now he's going, Assad out. This isn't our fight. So it's not our fight to stop the guys you're telling us are 9/11 responsible? The freedom fighters in Syria are exactly who you said just took power. I guess in 2013, that's something you're okay with. Like, point is, guys, they're always lying to you. Whether he knew it or not, the point is now they're all on the same agenda. Here's the clip of him saying that back in, I forget what year this was.
Is honoring President Obama. He is the founder of ISIS. He's the founder of ISIS, okay? He's the founder. He founded ISIS. And I would say the co-founder would be crooked Hillary Clinton.
See how easily he uses things that you want to hear to get him to convince you that he's the one. Now, what did he do through his entire administration? Supported the same people. I just showed you. 2017. That was the moderate rebels, Brett McGurk. Right? They're supporting them, arming them, funding them. It's not hard to see. So he either knew that and then funded him anyway, or only said that to get you to think he was fighting the bad guys when then went to dinner with the Clintons. And then, by the way, funny how they can be the founder of ISIS, and yet that you can say they're very great people, though, right after you become elected. That's why we laugh at people that fall for this stuff sometimes, because it's just lazy to not see what's going on. He goes on to say, Al-Qaeda leader al-Golani is now the presumed leader of Syria. He is from the Golan Heights, occupied by Israel. What a coincidence. He also spent many years in American jails in Iraq, ideal place for recruitment. 2017, Trump put a $10 million bounty on his head, but now is okay with him leading Syria. But now the terrorist is whitewashed and glorified by Western propaganda, including Trump. There were plenty of atrocity propaganda from the jihadists and West regarding Assad, like the fake staged chemical attacks, guy wearing sandals, by the way, regular clothes, collecting samples after a sarin gas attack, because that makes sense, right? They literally thought we were this stupid, guys. It was all over the place. Want to know what Syria's future? Look at Idlib, the province under rebel control, which, by the way, you'll see are exactly what they claim they're fighting, right? The Sharia law, the women forced to wear head covers, slogans like Shiite Muslims are enemies of Islam, democracy is the religion of the West, public executions. That is what they supported in Idlib, guys. The U.S. and Israel and Turkey were operating through that location. These are their people. We're proving that to this very day. Now, right now in Syria, you've got people telling you there's now Sharia law in Aleppo. And weirdly, people that support Trump's administration screaming about how this is the good thing and they just got freedom. And just to be clear, I only am hyper-focusing on that side of it because they're the ones in power. And right now, it seems to be the most clearly buying into it all, which is interesting for me. But just to be clear, it's whoever's falling for this. I think more so it's being aimed at that side, but either way. And just that same point from Obama being the founder.
As I said before, this aspect of our strategy was moving too slowly, but the fall of Ramadi has galvanized the Iraqi government. So with the additional steps I ordered last month, we're speeding up training of ISIL forces, including volunteers from Sunni tribes in Anbar province.
ISIL is ISIS, guys. It's the Levant. It's ISIS. It's the Islamic State. There's just no denying how obvious it all is, and it went right through Trump's administration. And it just, again, to highlight the fact that he's selling, you remember, those freedom fighters, and he's talking about the Syrian Democratic Forces, the moderate rebels, which are now Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Well, there's more nuance to that overlap with the SDF, but they're talking about the moderate rebels umbrella, all of which are in that same category. They're not the Syrian forces. They are proxies of what we're talking about. And he's telling you they're those freedom fighters are the ones that flew in building. No, what it was clearly an operation by the U.S. and Israel, but that's a whole other conversation, which he either knows or doesn't know. The point is he's trying to tell you the ones in power back then were the biggest boogeyman alive. Now he doesn't care. Also, to quick note back to censorship, I forgot I put this in there. Okay, here's Trump's post. Remember, all these freedom fighters in Syria. Okay, I explicitly grabbed that right from there. Copied, posted, searched for on Twitter, but guess what? It's not there. You can even quickly notice that it kind of spins down here, which means there is more, but Twitter doesn't want it to show. Oop, look at that. Can we just please acknowledge that Twitter right this moment there's not under latest, there's nothing. Well, here's the tweet, guys. It's right there. There's no questioning it. So why is it not pumping up when I search for it on Twitter? I think you know why. I think it's because there's selective efforts to keep certain things hidden. Algorithmically, I don't know. But you tell, at the very least, at least acknowledge that their system is broken, which might drive them to, I don't know, they make them feel stupid that they're like it's the same joke as before that YouTube broke itself to censor us. Well, it's the same thing here. At the very least, we should make fun of how their systems work, which makes them angry that they have to pretend they're broken to censor us. Either way, it's very clearly hiding his comments. This is one from December 7th. Opposition fighters in Syria, in an unprecedented move, have totally taken over numerous cities. He's talking about the ones he just told you in 2013 were terrorists that flew into 9/11. Obviously preparing to make a big move. He says, in any event, Syria is a mess, but not our friend, except they're the ones you're funding, and the United States should have nothing to do with it, despite being currently occupying in Syria, stealing oil and wheat from Syria, and funding the groups that are overtaking it. Fiorella Isabel points out in the same conversation to show you, now to be clear in this point, we're talking about the two-party illusion. We're talking about this power structure from either side of this that are clearly showing you their interest is to support the very people that they were telling us for decades are terrorists, both Trump and Biden, the left and the right, Fox and CNN. Make sure you recognize that. She points out Propaganda 101. CNN claimed Iranian president refused an interview after reporter Emma Poor refused to wear a headscarf. Who knows if that's true or not? It might be. The point is, 2 years later, here's a CNN anchor who wears a headscarf for the rebranded Al-Qaeda terrorist who they just talked to. I mean, it's just that stupid. So if you're not willing to speak with the head of a foreign country, but you're willing to wear a scarf to speak to a a terrorist head, but based on their narrative, before 2017 was a head-chopping murderous terrorist who suddenly changed his mind, is now a moderate jihadist. That's the word they used. It's just disgusting how obvious it is. Matt Kennard points out in 2006, a cable from the U.S. Embassy in Damascus deals with how to weaken the Assad regime. An official says, quote, possible covert action could include a play on Sunni fears of Iranian influence. He recommends working with Egypt and Saudi to publicize and focus regional attention on the issue, which, by the way, means they're lying to you, right? We're going to play on their fear of Iranian influence. Well, if it was a real thing, you wouldn't need to manipulate it. They're creating illusions all around the world to justify the destruction and destabilization of entire civilizations simply for their benefit. Real good people we're talking about here. Alan McLeod, to get into some more current stuff. Now we're going to get into the point about the actual moderate rebels and more information about how obviously they're ISIS and what we're seeing today. He writes, the United States didn't take, and this is actually wild to me. Think about this. The United States did not take Nelson Mandela off of the terrorist list until 14 years after he became president of South Africa. 14 years after he became president of South Africa. Now, obviously, they hated him for the pushback on, because obviously with the Israeli influence, right? Very clearly, Israel was the chief ally of the apartheid South Africa. They were working on ethnic weapons there. It's a public conversation. The U.S., as always, blindly supports Israel's agendas. I think we're starting to see why. In this case, he was not their friend because he was calling out what they were doing, helping break down apartheid South Africa. His point is 14 years after that is when they finally took him off, Nelson Mandela, off the terrorist list. Today, the U.S. and UK are considering removing Hayat al-Sham from the terrorist blacklist, who, by the way, is currently still there with a $10 million bounty, but they're okay with him being in power because that's how dumb this is. We just talked about this on the 7th. Israel's global cybersecurity infiltration, Greater Israel occupation, and the U.S.-Israel-Syria proxy war. And the one we did yesterday, or day before yesterday, using terrorist forces, same as today. Israel moves to take Syria, and the U.S. and Israel openly admit they support Al-Qaeda. Right on the surface, guys. So today, actually, before that, I want to make sure I reiterate this point. So Fiorella Isabella put this out on the 8th. And she just made a point that I really do think has come to pass, or really the evidence backs up, which is that, and Vanessa seems to have a similar opinion, that ultimately, and I should add one more thing, that there is a lot of evidence and reporting around the time that does clearly signify that there was an agreement that was happening or about to happen between all the parties, Turkey and Israel, United States, or I believe more so Turkey, U.S., and Syria and Iran. The point was that she's arguing that there was a deal that was made that was then betrayed. And so this is actually how I think this went down. And this is still where I stand on what this looks like, is that ultimately there was an agreement. I showed you the Sputnik article the day before yesterday, which seems to be one of the only places that reported that Assad at that time had resigned, which is why you would expect some kind of a video, which I'll get to in a second, or a statement, a letter, and called for a peaceful transition. No, I don't think he would do that if there wasn't some kind of an agreement. And so the point is that ultimately that there was an agreement under what we just talked about, that ultimately the U.S., as I'll show you right here, actually. This is from Foreign Affairs. This is from yesterday. And all it's simply highlighting is that recently, as a few weeks ago, Biden's administration was working with the UAE to lift sanctions on Syria in exchange for Assad distancing himself from Iran and blocking Hezbollah arms shipments, according to multiple sources. So as I understand it, that's ultimately something he turned down. But the point is they were trying to find an agreement. And I think what it came down to was the threat of, after some of the things that happened, that ultimately Assad then said, for whatever your logic is, or I think what Vanessa put forward, the idea of basically trying to minimize casualties and civilians and whatever you think happened. And ultimately they took the deal. Again, it's all hypothetical, but it does make sense. In that moment, the U.S., I think, was, okay, well, you're out of the way, which is all they've really wanted, so they can take further control and ultimately take the resources at large and control the different land bridges in regard to weapons shipments, and then potentially balkanize the entire thing and give Kurdistan to the Kurds, and the way that all been planned. And that would mean that Assad would be able to step back and we'll leave it the where it is. And then that all of a sudden, in that moment, is when Israel took advantage. And it does seem to make sense because all these different pieces don't seem to line up right now. And so then what we're seeing is Israel brush into Syria for Greater Israel Project and many other reasons and start bombing and taking control using their terrorist forces. And then the U.S. was left to sort of go, hey, everything's, you can see the way they're responding to this. It's so interesting. And it makes them look even more stupid than before because they're now saying that this is somehow okay, that you're just going to rush in and take control of a foreign country, even under the guise of an agreement, which is what they always seem to do. So she someone posted this on the 8th saying that there was a betrayal from within. I would think that's Turkey. After 5 a.m. Damascus time, Israel launched a surprise attack. That's what I was saying. And of course, all was said was that a Zionist coordination, but the idea was that the back channels were to keep Damascus safe, and Turkey targeted Hayat al-Sham. And that's not what happened. And ultimately, Israel jammed in and took control of the area. Instead, there was a coordinated betrayal, and there won't be a slow transition, but rather there was a coup. Now, it could be, some people pointing to Iran. There's a lot of agreement right now, it seems, between some of these more so pro-Iran elements that are saying that Iran tried and Syria said no. And it's interesting. I'm barely even getting into it because I can't seem to verify any of it. I worry that ultimately this is the division tactics playing out, where people are, it's breaking the whole resistance element of this because for example, The not releasing Assad's statement, if that exists, or not doing it at all, has caused a lot of people to think that he just gave up and left. I honestly don't think that makes sense, but certainly possible. And so that creates this kind of dynamic that is causing more rifts, which I think is by design. But so that's where I'm going to leave that, as I think that's what seems to make sense. And now Israel's continuing to do what it does. Vanessa pointing out, this was yesterday, anyone who can explain, she asks, why Assad's pre-recorded farewell speech and possible explanation of the catastrophic events was not aired as planned. After he left the country, please get in touch. All the backstabbers who are now turning against Assad, protecting their interests, you were in a position to say something for 14 years. Why didn't you? I don't blame any of the ordinary people for adopting the new era. People in Syria are isolated and afraid. Some are terrified. The mainstream media vultures are flooding in to claw at the corpse of one of the oldest civilizations in the world. History will be revised, as it always is, by the victor. As I've written in the past, history is written by the winning hand. If only the victor were genuinely Syrian and grassroots, not a terrorist force incubated by CIA black sites and empowered by Israel and the collective Western alliance of callous hegemony. Syria will become a toothless melting pot of foreign interests, resource looting, and expanding Zionist land grab. A nation without an army and without any military infrastructure is not a nation. It's a playing field for predators, which is exactly what it is right now. The point being, just like Libya, I mean, it's by definition a state, and the maps still show it as a state. But let's realize it has been long since been something other than that. Warring warlords taking over certain territories. I mean, we'll never admit that it stopped being Libya, because that then exposes that they didn't care. They didn't liberate it like they claim they did. So now we're in the same position where they're already starting to break this up. People are already starting to divvy things up. We already have situations where, I mean, you can clearly see what Israel's doing. And now we're going to show you as we go into the next stage of this, that they're targeting all of the infrastructure while nobody's resisting. It speaks for itself. They are turning this into a place where they will continue to use it as a stepping stone, as a leapfrog, as a lily pad, as they call it, and go on pretending like it's a bastion of freedom now because they took control, even though everything you're going to see shows you the exact opposite. Now, again, they're considering removing the terrorist name from the terrorist organization that they've been telling you are the worst person alive this entire time. Removing the $10 million bounty. Alan McLeod says the same thing about Financial Times, just showing you how it's everywhere. Every platform is pointing it out. Headlines like this underline the fact that, quote, terrorist is nothing more than a designation the powerful impose on the powerless. How many times I made the point about the Sudan? And there's so many examples like this, where they designate the Sudan a leading terrorist state sponsor of terrorism, and you can prove that whatever you think the case was, the situation didn't change. They simply said, if you normalize with Israel, we'll remove you from that list, which either shows they were never terrorists, or they were and they don't care as long as they're on their side. This is how transparent this stuff is today. Dan Cohen points out, and the Al-Qaeda rebrand, right, which went from al-Nusra to Hayat al-Sham, what are the all different names they jump around and they claim they split off, or they change, they rebrand, or they rather, what's the term we're using today? They became woke. It says the Al-Qaeda rebrand did not start last week. It began several years ago, headed by Charles Lister, who attempted to recast al-Jilani as a modern-day Che Guevara on behalf of the UAE, Qatari, Saudi Arabia paymasters. Now the entire Western media is playing along with this description. It's pretty sad. Now, we played this a moment ago in the opening, actually, so I'll play a little bit of this. Just want you to hear the point he's making, which is always is that they just decide to change their names because Turkey was unhappy. They're terrorists. Like, okay, well, change your name then. And they rebrand to the Syrian Democratic Forces. Well, that's exactly the point. Just like we're seeing, when they rebrand to Hayat al-Sham. No, it's still Al-Qaeda, guys. Al-Qaeda is currently the ones they're allowing to be in power, or at least they're claiming are in power, while Israel's the one controlling it. Here's a general from the U.S. Army, military, telling you how easy it is to just rebrand their names.
Is this a good example of...
That's as loud as it gets right now, so turn it up. I won't jump in.
How SOCOM identifies the enablers on the ground? And talk us through that process, how you select who you think you can really support and work with.
As you know, sometimes it's of necessity, who's available. The one that I think is most discussed and most misunderstood is the evolution with our counterpart in Syria, the so-called Syrian Democratic Forces. Now, interestingly,
so-called
came about that name because at one point in time, and I dealt with them directly, I was on the formative stage of the relationship with these guys. They formerly called themselves the YPG, who the Turks would say equated to the PKK. You're dealing with a terrorist enemy of mine. How can you do that, ally? So we literally played back to them that, hey, you got to change your brand. What do you want to call yourself besides the YPG? And with about a day's notice, they declared that they were the Syrian Democratic Forces. I thought it was a stroke of brilliance to put democracy in there somewhere. But it gave them a little bit of credibility. And the interesting part, and I was lucky to have a great partner in Brett McGurk out there with me about the same time, because they were asking for things that I couldn't give them. And it literally was an acknowledgement that they were the demographic dominant force in northern Syria. They wanted a seat at the table, whether it's at Geneva or Astana or wherever talks are happening about the future of Syria. And because they had been branded as PKK, they could never get to the table. So while we paired with them militarily, Brett McGurk was able to keep them in the conversation and allow them the necessary legitimacy to be good partners for us. So
it's as simple as that. Very stroke of genius to put Democratic in there somewhere. I mean, it's like they just don't care that you see them. I think it's a level of hubris that they, get away with it, and they always have. You're just simply changing their name. So they realize this is an element that their ally is not okay with. But I mean, it's the same with you. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham was just changed. They just rebranded their name because it was getting too much attention. Matt, this is an interesting point. This quick deviation to the point about Saudi Arabia, but this is how they keep them protected. So think Idlib, even Brett McGurk, or whoever else you want to think of. So think about their little hot spots that they keep in power. And by the way, where they've kept this group fostered the entire time until now, they've released them back out into Syria, in Idlib and other locations like that. And it's this, just like Matt outlines right here. He says, one of the reasons it's so hard for Saudi people to overthrow the brutal House of Saud is because the UK military has, since 1964, get this, they've had 11 soldiers embedded in the White Army, the personal protection force of the dictators, to ensure they cannot be displaced. The UK paper never even mentioned it. The UK's secret military unit that answers to Saudi Arabian commanders. Think about that. I mean, guys, these are not secret dictators. These are openly authoritarian dictators. Saudi Arabia is an open authoritarian dictatorship. And we scream about not having exact democracy in places that you don't like. It's how do you possibly pretend this isn't the most comically stupid thing in the world? On top of that, the UK has a military unit that they've had there for decades to ensure they don't get overthrown. But we're going to cry foul about I mean, my God, I don't even need to make 1,000 other examples of Venezuela or Iran or anywhere else where they go, nope, they cheated. And at least, I mean, realize they've lied about every single one of those that I can show you as people that from the U.S. or hundreds of international observers are there telling you that it was not illegitimate. And we can prove that we get cheated every time in this country, regardless of whether it's all cheated or not. The point is how we make sense of them complaining about an election while you are openly supporting a place that simply doesn't have them, or allow Haiti to never have them after you get what you want. It's stuff like that. It's just transparent. Now, the ones I showed you, I'll include a couple of them from the last show. Foreign policy. Israel's tending to wounded Syrian rebels. We all should know this, but it seems some people still haven't seen this. So remember, we're talking about Syrian rebels from an article in 2014. We should know what that means today. The rebels are the terrorists. That has been so overwhelmed. I mean, that's been admitted to, essentially. Seeing as how right now, those people, the ones they're telling you were moderate rebels, are the ones they're telling you in power, but they're just no longer the bad guys. See, because they know that cat was let out of the bag. So they just simply go, oh, in 2017, he distanced himself from the bad stuff. Okay, well, then that admits that before 2017, then they were the bad stuff. And we can prove that you were calling them moderate rebels at that time. But we can also prove that they're not moderate anything today. They're still just as bad as before. UN report, reveals collaboration between Israel and the Syrian rebels, terrorists, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. Inside Israel's secret program to not just support them, but to give medical treatment, but to openly back them. I guess not openly at this point, secretly back them. Back ISIS, Al-Qaeda. It's not that hard to wrap your mind around. Here's a 5-year-old video from Israeli news telling you that they admit to aiding the Syrian rebels, otherwise known as terrorists.
In a shocking change of policy, now former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot revealed on Sunday to the British Sunday Times newspaper that Israel has indeed been supplying weapons and funding to Syrian rebel groups in the Golan Heights. These claims have been made many times throughout the years, but this is the first time an Israeli official has confirmed such reports, and it came on the same day that Eisenkot admitted responsibility for striking, quote, thousands of targets in Syria as well. Until now, Israel has only ever discussed humanitarian aid shipments.
Every single one of those strikes are illegal. Every single one of them. They're just randomly bombing a foreign country. And the U.S. government always says they support their right to bomb because of Iran. Well, Iran being present in Syria, an ally of theirs, is not a crime. That would necessitate, at least from the U.S. side, a declaration of war. But from international law, the standpoint of the very thing they ignore everywhere else, that's not legal. But we know that. They don't care. They don't follow the law. We should know that by now.
And programs like Operation Good Neighbor. Earlier this week,
anyway, the point is that they're admitting
Prime Minister and Defense Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also broke with Israel's tradition of ambiguity in Syria by adding to Eisenkot's comments. He confirmed not only that Israel carried out hundreds of attacks against Iranian and Hezbollah targets, but also that Israel struck Damascus International Airport last weekend.
A crime in every possible way. In any case, we're talking about the Syrian rebels, right? So a quick throwback as we make a point about the chemical weapons allegations today, again, to the video showing you of the UN rapporteur who was telling you, or I think the UN investigator, Carla Del Ponte, who was carrying out those chemical attacks. The rebels.
In our investigation for crimes against humanity and war crimes, we collect some witness testimony that made to appear that
made to appear means somebody was manipulating.
Chemical weapons were used, in particular nervine gas, and what appeared on to our investigation that was used by the opponents, by the rebels, and we have no indication at all that the government, the authority of the Syria government have used chemical weapons.
Now, we talked about this so many times over. Robert Fisk and Seymour Hersh, what I'll play next, many, many well-respected people from even corporate media have highlighted the fact that they lied to us about that. That was one of the earliest examples. And still to this day, they lie about them using it, not rebels. The rebels are the people that are currently in control of Syria. The rebels are the people that they admitted to funding, the moderate rebels who turned out to be extremists who were cutting children's heads off. You just can't make this stuff up. And here is Seymour Hersh, as Richard's pointing out, who committed the chemical attack in Ghouta, Syria in 2013. Well, not Assad. He says, we knew from intelligence reports that Saudi Arabia and Turkey were supplying the basic chemicals for sarin to al-Nusra, the people currently in charge of Syria. The sarin used was not the sarin held by the Syrian military.
Report that Saudi Arabia and Turkey were supplying the basic chemicals to al-Nusra, which ISIS wasn't there then. Al-Nusra was the cutting edge. And so there was
linked to Al-Qaeda.
Tremendous, yes, well, absolutely linked to Al-Qaeda. We always link everything to Al-Qaeda because there was a law passed in 2002 after the invasion that said anytime Al-Qaeda is involved, the president can do what he wants without Congress. So we always call everything Al-Qaeda. I mean, everything around.
But you see, this is why it's important to point out legal versus, something's actually legal versus just being law, or rather constitutional. You could pass a law if it's repugnant to the Constitution, it's null and void, according to Mayberry versus Madison, a Supreme Court precedent. The point is that passing a law that says if we just say Al-Qaeda's there, that we don't have to go through congressional checks and balances it's unconstitutional. But one by one, step by step, we've seen these things get eroded, or rather just them continue to not acknowledge inherent God-given rights. Who does that interest exactly? Does it help Americans? Does it help the U.S. government? No, it helps a foreign country at the expense of Americans.
In Libya, it was al-Qaeda. Throughout Africa, we use al-Qaeda because that gives you the cover of the law. Congress passed that stupid act, giving Bush the right to intervene anywhere without going in congressional authorization. It's an amazing piece of legislation. Talk about dumb. Anyway, the point is, this report troubled everybody. There was a study done about what can we do about it, how many people, American soldiers, we didn't want al-Nusra to have nerve agents. Suddenly comes this attack, and we get a sample from the Russians, and it's taken to Sir Peter Wall, who was the director, the head of the British military. The sample is taken to his people.
Porton Down, yeah.
They take it to Porton Down, where they conclude, we know what the Syria has. Syria's been a signatory to the Geneva Convention on Chemical Weapons. We know what Syria has. We know what it looks like. And what was used in that place was not the same as in the Syrian military. This is told to Obama 2 times by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs before the reason he didn't bomb. Remember the red line when the attack took place. So when the attack took place at allegedly 1,400, was 1/10 as many, it doesn't matter. When the attack took place and people were killed and the world said Bashar Assad did it, my government said that, the government knew, they knew from this very important intelligence report that caused a huge study to be done inside about what to do about it. It would take 60,000 troops to get into the war. We were thinking of maybe sending troops on the side of Bashar, really, to get rid of this stuff. We didn't want these guys to have it. And of course, that was too many troops and it didn't happen. But they knew there were 2 suspects that knew al-Nusra had the stuff and Syria had the stuff. Forget about having it analyzed. They knew right away, and they only talked about 1. And so I wrote an article saying, wow, let's hold on, folks. And what I also learned, because I was writing months later, is that the material that was taken by Russia, Russian intelligence.
So think about what he's saying in general, the idea that we're being, like, to me, that sounds like if that's factually correct, which is hard to say, that Obama was, why that would make sense, right? If I would see him as part of the same agenda. What's interesting is it seems it would, my personal opinion, which is that's all you're going to get because these are all, taking that at face value and then making an opinion about what he's saying. Let's put it that way. It seems to suggest the same thing that I've seen in the past, where even though the U.S. and Israel are tangibly or, technically on the same side and in the same agenda, often enough, Israel still takes advantage of the United States and then still seems to get away with it. And the U.S. looks the other way. I think it's because they're compromised. Well, my point is, in this case, you can see that they're in a similar agenda in what's going on in Syria. But then you wonder whether or not Obama was starting to recognize that even then within that, Israel was trying to abuse that. And he's even arguing that they were thinking about putting troops in to stop that. I'm thinking that was Syria's agenda, just like every one of them. Or I'm sorry, excuse me, Israel's agenda. The point is that I think that's Israel playing that role through this, and maybe Obama was trying to, I don't know, recognizing that he was being played, even though they're on the same side. It's hard to tell. Either way, they're all responsible for this, guys. And the end of the day, what he's telling you is that they're working with the bad guys. I mean, it's very simple. And it goes all the way back. It goes a long way back. And they've always been trying to blame Assad. Now, that doesn't mean Assad is completely free of any guilt of any crime, but you have to realize even if you think he's the most guilty person alive, he's not guilty of the crimes they're using to bring him down. And if they have to use crimes that he didn't make or crimes he didn't commit, then maybe ask whether he's what they say at all. Now, getting into that point about who they're funding to do this, and it's the same people that are currently in power, and the overarching point that Israel and the United States, not just now, but have always been working with, funding, arming, and supporting Al-Qaeda, ISIS. In fact, they're a proxy element of both of them. Now, this shared, I don't know why that does that on this platform. You'll see it if I refresh real quick. Right there. See, it pops up, but I don't think they like certain people. And so this person who's, pro-Palestine, just take note. It goes away. That's not supposed to be how that works. You see it right there, boom, from, and then disappears. This platform is very selective in the way that it censors. But shout out to Saeed Mohammed Marandi for sharing this. ISIS patches on full display on U.S., Israeli, Turkey-backed terrorists who are already killing religious minorities in Syria. Now, this video, it's not, if I could play it in full, I just think it's harsh enough as it is. They openly assassinate these people right in front of you. There's somebody dead on the ground. These are the same forces that the U.S. and Israel are openly supporting. In fact, bombing along for. So there's a couple early examples. They kill these 2 people right here. Now, look, even if you want to pretend that these are somehow terrorists they're killing, there's supposed to be a process to this. If you want to pretend these are the good guys or this is democracy or whatever you claim, the truth is it's obvious that these are members of ISIS that the U.S. and Israel have empowered and are killing religious minorities. That's what you're going to see. Now, right away, you can see this guy wearing an ISIS patch right in the middle of his chest, right there. It's pretty obvious. That's the image I have right there. But the most clear one is at the end. So they're laughing. These people are on the ground. And they shoot them. They kill them right in front of everybody. And you can see the guy's patch right there. And this is so by far not there's so many examples to this. It's incredible. Here's the most obvious one that this one here. So this picture, Middle East Observer simply says what Benjamin Netanyahu said. We want relations with the new regime in Syria. And this Mencho simply goes, Netanyahu eager to develop relations with good old friends. So just to be clear, because I made sure to check this is a new image from Syria. This is from December 9th, 2024. This didn't show up anywhere else before that. Just make sure you look at what you're seeing here, guys, because these are the forces and the other important point to make here, there's no resistance right now. They backed away. So the forces you're going to see are backed by the U.S. and Israel. Now, we're going to get into the game they're playing, which is essentially trying to pretend they're bombing ISIS. That's what you're looking at, guys. The forces that they're pointing to when they've said it in the past are these guys. Idlib, Al-Qaeda, the same thing. Now, there's differences between these groups that I don't go into explicitly because it just becomes, I honestly think that there's less overlap than they pretend. There's less deviation than they pretend. Either way, like the SDF has different roots versus the Hayat al-Sham or al-Nusra or ISIS elements. The point is, though, there's very clear overlaps to all of it. And what we're staring at are groups that the U.S. and Israel have supported as long as they've been doing this. In the context of Syria, like this is what we're staring at. These forces that they support. Here is Iraqi Christian Foundation saying, Al-Qaeda ISIS terrorists who have taken over Syria drive through Christian neighborhoods in Damascus, waving an ISIS flag, shooting bullets, and trying to intimidate ancient Syrian Christian community. This is today. There you go. Shooting as they drive by. Always with the Toyota trucks. Interesting. There's the big ISIS flags. Not that one, but the first one right there. Right there. So this is the Iraqi Christian Foundation. And there is so many examples going back. In Ukraine was the main point. You could see constantly that they were having, because these are the same elements that they're using all over the place. Patrick Henningsen points out, looks like the Al-Qaeda boss of the head-chopping Islamic State of Idlib. That's why we shared a lot of this to begin with, to recognize it's currently the overlap here. Mohammed al-Bashir will be heading Syria's new transitional government. Now, understand, Golani is currently in power, but they're pretending they're going to use a transitional process to elect somebody. Well, realize the only people even in positions for power right now are all their terrorist organization friends. So it says, it promises to be a joyful transition with lots of freedom, thieving, and long breadlines. He says, by the way, good luck holding those democratic elections sometime in 2026 if there's a coherent Syrian state by then. I'm more of the mind they're going to rush out some illusion of something. Either way, are we really going to pretend like they would risk allowing somebody to vote in somebody that they don't have control over? I mean, come on, guys, we can't be this naive today. And the obvious reality is that's what he's pointing to, is this is a person who is part of the terrorist organizations they're always telling you they're fighting, who is now taking charge of the transitional element, while Golani, who's also a terrorist, is control of Syria. Well, yet again, here's, oh my gosh. It's so funny how that happens sometimes. Craig Murray, something just jumps out of your head all of a sudden. Here's Craig Murray telling you for the 45th time over the last so many days that this is an element of Israel and the United States.
and we have a new regime starting to take shape in Syria, which is primarily jihadist, which is being hilariously presented in the West as democratic and reformist when it is anything but, and which was financed and organized by Turkey, the United States, Israel, and the Gulf states, none of which has lifted a finger to help the Palestinians, and in fact, the bulk of which, of course, is the coalition which is actually committing the genocide of the Palestinians. So that's what's happening today, and I want you to not be in any doubt about what is happening and why it is happening. And it is nothing to do with democracy, nothing to do with human rights. It's all to do with greater Israel and the genocide of the Palestinians.
I'm glad to know there's some honest people out there. Well, he also points out this clip that we played yesterday, which is pretty wild. This is a guy's a former head of MI6 who went on Sky News and literally said that they used to map out all these bad groups, and Hayat al-Sham was one of the worst, but we've watched them change, and now they're better. And so now we should... I mean, it's just incredible to me. And Craig makes a great point on this. What I said last time was like, well, what about the crimes they committed? You're the one that told us they were committing crimes, and now they just changed their ways, and we just ignored that they were chopping children's heads off? It just doesn't make any sense to anybody with a brain and not blinded by partisanship. And Craig makes an excellent point with the craziness that's going on in the UK right now. He says, absolutely plainly and beyond dispute, John Sowers, the person in this clip, is here expressing an opinion which supports or could cause another person to support the proscribed organization Hayat al-Sham, currently diagnosed as a terrorist organization, or registered as a terrorist organization, right? So by their laws, he should be arrested. It says, contrary to Section 12 of the Terrorism Act, up to 12 years or 14 years in jail. He will not be visited by police. This draconian law is politically applied only to supporters of Palestine. So the point is that right now, the group that's in control and the group he's talking about, Hayat al-Sham, is a registered, documented terrorist organization. And whether you even think that's the truth or not is irrelevant to the point, is that they say they are. And I think I agree with that. But the point is, to do what he just did is the exact definition of their law, supporting or causing someone to support. He's actually petitioning you to support them. Pretty obvious it only applies one way, even as they are currently that way. Now, here is Eric Prince on the 9th, who just highlights some things I think are worth pointing out, showing you the opinion of all of these, whatever you want to call what the group you think they're in. I just see them all as the kind of technocratic globalist drive. He says it's far from certain that whatever replaces Assad will be an improvement. Which you got to love how that's the argument, that we don't like him, so get him out of the way, but we don't even know it's going to be better, but, revolution. And also that they're so obviously telling you that they did this. Netanyahu proudly telling you they did this, but then over here telling us that it was a revolution, organic, because they want freedom. It just shows you their hubris gets the better. They just need to say, we're in control, even if it challenges the narrative, but they don't care, because even when you see that they're committing genocide and they just lie about it, nothing changes. And it's saying that it will be better over his current situation, and that somehow they're already fighting others in the area. The strongest of the rebel factions, Hayat al-Sham, whose leader is trying to rebrand as a statesman. He even changed his name on Telegram, just like we told you before. Hey, now I'm somebody new, to much more responsible sounding name, and promise to protect the rights of Christians and women, as they're currently not doing either of those things. It says the U.S. pounded the Islamic State targets in eastern Syria to prevent the jihadists from filling the power vacuum. Right. So the same groups. Realize that's the point. Regardless of how they try to make them different, technically there are differences. They're working together and have been for a very long time, and are ultimately the same thing in the context of the conversation. So they're bombing over here. The U.S. has also been exchanging secret messages with Hayat al-Sham via Turkish intermediaries. So now you're communicating, as we've already told you, with a terrorist organization who's currently on a list of terrorist organizations and who you have a $10 million bounty for. It says the U.S. still considers them a terrorist group. But guess what, guys? The lesser of evil. See, if you thought for a minute that was just a unique thing to the election, no, that's the worldview now. He's not as bad as that terrorist group, so we're going to pretend they're the good guy. Sound good? They're all the same thing. They're all U.S. Israeli proxy elements that are the worst of the worst. It says, meanwhile, Israeli troops crossed into Syria from the Golan Heights to prevent jihadists from solidifying control of the border regions. Well, who's that? That's Hayat al-Sham. Because that's exactly the same spot, because Hayat al-Sham is the one that went right up to the border of Israel and then said, nope, we're good. We like Israel. But Israel's claiming they have to do all this to stop the jihadists that in every other context we're claiming is a revolution for freedom because good guy. They are either really this bad at this or they simply just don't care. I think it's both. Israel also took advantage of the departure to carry out airstrikes on suspected chemical weapons areas. No, that's just a lazy overlap to make some kind of a narrative. Well, chemical weapons, and the people will gobble it up that don't want to look at what's going on. Now, while they're all supporting that, including the Prince MAGA right-wing overlap dynamic, Julani, the former leader of Al-Qaeda, and by the way, also was working with ISIS, was also working with, many different overlaps that you can prove. He is now the leader of Hayat al-Sham. He delivered a speech declaring the leader of Syria as he's the leader of Syria and it's an Islamic nation. It says the statement underscores his commitment to a vision of Syria governed by Sharia law. Is that what you guys were all screaming about, freedom and democracy? Was this what weren't you guys just the ones telling us that this was the worrisome thing? Well, realize that comes to pass when the people you're fighting with win. That's how that works. Not because of Iran, not because of Syria, not because of anything other than Israel and U.S. forces that they put into power. So when you realize that whether we're talking about vest bombs and suicide killings, these are all these are all examples of what Zionism and the U.S. have brought to you. I've played that before, actually, from this academic that talks about this.
Certainly the Zionists have used it and brought it, in fact, to the area. Terrorism, as we know it today, the planting of bombs in marketplaces and so on and so forth, was, in fact, introduced into the Middle East by the Zionists in the 1920s. But the net result of Zionist terrorism and violence in the first third of the 20th century has brought forth, to my mind, the anomaly, the horrific and unacceptable status in the Middle East today of the State of Israel, which is, in fact, an armed garrison state, which now exports more arms and distributes violence all around the world, vastly disproportionate to its size. In that respect, I think it's a horrible cycle of violence. But in it all, I think the Palestinian is the victim. There's no question about that.
Isn't it also interesting, as someone's commented in the chat, that every single year at Christmas, Israel attacks Syria? Every year. On Christmas. And now they've decided to overthrow right before Christmas. I think that's very telling. But in any case, it's interesting that we just showed the video yesterday in Aleppo where they're saying, now we have Sharia law. You currently have an interesting overlap. Now, there's a lot of conservatives that are calling this out, which I'm glad to see. But the Republican team sport Trump side seems to be screaming revolution, freedom, Syria is better now because Trump or whatever they're trying to overlap it with, while these people are going Sharia law. These are the Israeli U.S. supported elements. I just think that's important to highlight. Here is what they were saying 30 seconds ago, facetiously. It's the same point that we said with Azov movement and Ukraine, all hyping up the narrative about the evil Ukrainian Ukrainian Nazis that were not even subtly trying to make it look like Russia was doing it, right up until it got very much exposed by people like myself that it was actually the CIA that grew those top Nazis in Ukraine, and the whole thing, they just deviated. Now it's like, well, never mind. Now they're not terrorists. Now they're not Nazis. Same thing. Al-Qaeda and ISIS, existential threat to the U.S. and Europe, except now. Because now now they did what we like. It's all just narrative, guys. It's all an agenda to drive you into a certain position. Pepe Escobar writes, massive plot twist. Now, to be clear, as we've covered in the last couple of shows on this, Hayat al-Sham was immediately saying, we like Israel, and Israel's on our side, and we're going to work with them. And meanwhile, continuing to ignore, say, we're going to give up on the Palestinian issue. We're going to let them keep the Golan Heights, like showing you that they're not in the interest of even themselves. So they are not what they claim. This is a proxy element of the people we're talking about. But now, which I think is very telling, now that this whole thing, this is what is the thing I keep saying about Israeli propaganda? What's the one word I keep using? Do you remember? Reactive. It continues to be clumsy to where they I mean, it seems to be always what they do. But in this case, they either just aren't smart enough to think through the first couple steps. And so they're out there going, yay, Israel, we love Israel. And that's very jarring from what they were telling us, that they were fighting those people. And now they, whoa, change. Now say it like this. That's what I'm getting from this. Suddenly they come out and go, we're going to go after Israel next. These are the same people. In fact, literally the same people in some of these videos. It says the NATO, Israeli, Turk head-chopping army are now promising the Palestinians they're coming to liberate Gaza. And then they say, where was it? Oh, there's a couple of these he put out. So in this case, they're going, we're coming to help Palestine, even though they just before were saying, never mind, we don't care because Israel, and also saying we're going to not fight them. We're going to stop at the border of Golan Heights because all these things they said publicly. And now they're saying, we're going to come help Gaza. And in other videos, they're saying, we're going to help. We're going to come for Jerusalem next. He does include it right there, but it's all over the place. How does that make sense? Other than they saw that the narrative wasn't connecting, and so they just changed the narrative. It's very obvious. So the very people on the ground we're talking about are committing atrocities immediately, just unfortunately like we expected. As Vanessa Beeley writes from the 8th, the quote, freedom fighters on the streets are the terrorists who slit throats, hung fetuses in trees, and sawed off the heads of their captives. Now realize these were documented things, not the Israeli atrocity propaganda BS that we got after October 7th. Now it says massacres entire ethnic communities and stood on their remains drunk on bloodlust. Oh, shown videos of most of this stuff. They are the dregs of society whose first instinct is to damage and destroy. Gangs will fight gangs. Law and order is gone. Children are stealing guns and firing them. Sectarian hatred is seeping back. People are terrified. This is the, quote, revolution. The West doesn't breed stability. It breeds hate, chaos, and war. Israel is the greatest evil on the earth today and now is unleashed, unfettered, and on the move unhindered. Bravo, freedom fighters. Dumb, I don't know what that is. Sayan, I'm sure it's probably a Syrian word. The point, obviously, and let's be clear, she's talking about the Western governments. The problem is, well, I'm going to speak for her. I would think that's what she's speaking toward, is that it's obvious what we're dealing with here. These are the worst people of the world that are being allowed to be framed as the freedom fighters, shape democracy and freedom. While you can prove that's happening in other places, that they then call them terrorists. It's because they're not in the interest of fighting for freedom. They need you to think that. The history is overwhelmingly clear. They will sell out anything to achieve their goal and just yell the word freedom. And now we're watching it play out, unfortunately. Ali Abudamah from Electronic Intifada highlights what we were afraid was going to happen. Summary execution videos coming out of Syria are consistent with Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and Jilani, what they've done in the past, and other U.S.-backed al-Qaeda groups that have done before. And it will be hard for the Jilani has reformed Western media to spin away, so expect them just to ignore it. And as the squirrel points out, as we heard many of them reference already, as Alex Karp was talking about the dungeons and people trapped. Well, what about the dungeons in Turkey? What about the dungeons in the UAE, the United Arab Emirates that they were putting Yemenis in, or rather in Yemen that they were using, in both actually. The horrifying stories we got of using waffle irons and rape as coercive tools, or like we saw in Israel, or as he highlights here, the dungeons in Idlib. You know, the group that from the people you just scream were freedom fighters. There's horrifying information. This is written by The Guardian. Protests in northwest Syria mark 13 years since the start of the fight for democracy. It says, where was it? Oh, was that the one? Yeah, right there. Disappeared into Hayat Tahrir al-Sham prison 6 years ago. Her son. And she has not heard from them since. Does it sound like freedom fighters? This is 2024, guys. The article's from March of 2024. Saying her children were kidnapped by the very group that they're cheering on, saving democracy in Syria. Syrian protesters are rising up against Islamists in Idlib. It's just sad. The point is that these people are supporting exactly. You think Alex Karp doesn't know what he's supporting? He's okay with it because either he hates these people because of their skin color or because of how he was radicalized growing up or wherever he grew up in the context of pro-Israel mindset. Sad. Here are some actual coverage. This is Megatron reporting this from the 8th. Right away, by the way. Hayat al-Sham terrorists, Al-Qaeda, so it's simple, who have taken over Syria have started public executions across the country. Ukraine. Fiorella Isabel points out, rejoice secular liberals and pro-Palestinian anti-Assad counts. The, quote, democracy that never existed in, quote, dictator Assad has finally come in the form of beheadings, religious persecutions, forced political betrayal, and the end of hope for a truly free Gaza. Islamic extremists are already torturing Syrian Christian minorities. This is hotspot media is reporting this. Okay, tell me this looks like, how does this look any different than what you were just seeing the IDF do in Gaza? It's not. These are Syrian Christians who are being tortured by the people that the U.S. and Syria or U.S. and Israel have put into power. The Savior makes a thread. Public executions that have taken place so far, just today in Syria, or at least that he saw today. This is the one I was showing you earlier. These ISIS members with the patches and everything openly executing religious minorities. Al-Qaeda forces continue to execute Assad supporters. Now, don't forget, guys, what was the corporate media shoving down your throat 2 days ago? That they said amnesty for everybody because we're a democracy. They say whatever they need to say to get the narrative going so the media can shove it down your throat. They're literally, you know what this looks like? It looks the same way it did in Gaza. It looks the same way it did in Ukraine. It looks the same way it does everywhere they operate because that's how they work. Hayat al-Sham about to execute another high-ranking SSA officer in Hamas because amnesty, that was their point. They said anybody from Assad's group, amnesty. That's not what's happening. Thousands gather in Hamas Square to witness Hayat al-Sham terrorists execute a known Syrian Arab Army officer without a fair trial. More members of the Syrian Arab Army, supporters of Assad, are being executed by ISIS and Al-Qaeda terrorists. Fighters of the moderate SNA forces, moderate in quotes, execute 2 Kurdish SDF soldiers in their hospital beds. You realize these are things they're posting. Even more suspected SSA members are currently being executed by ISIS forces. Guys, you can include this. You can watch all these for yourself. And it's just not fun to watch people being murdered. Supporters of Assad and SSA members are literally being executed everywhere, all across Syria. Because you have to remember, guys, this is today. Okay, there is no resistance. There's nobody fighting back. There is no, and they are just murdering people, including civilians, which we'll get to in a second, as Syria continues to be bombed by Israel while nobody's fighting back. Make sense of that, other than just murdering people. This is another execution conducted by Hayat al-Sham terrorists in Syria. Right in the head. Or shot right in front of us. It's disgusting. Hayat al-Sham sub-faction, calling itself Magawir al-Sham, enters religious minority villages in Homs countryside and, quote, cleanse them of Alawites. This is what we've expected every time in the past with these groups. This is what they did before. In this video, an individual is heard saying, Al-Akbar, the group, the Magawir al-Sham, the Nusra village has been cleansed. And you see, this is the point, guys. You don't see this with the groups that they're pointing to. You don't see this with the Iranian groups. You don't see this. I mean, there are elements of this anywhere in the world, just extremism, not exactly like this, but you'll find, I mean, sure as hell find this rife through the Zionist organizations. The point is that what they're telling you are these. All the groups they wanted, the Syrian government, the Iranian government, while their groups that they fund and are proudly telling you are reformed are the ones openly praising their terrorist activities. This is the one you already saw. Lord Bevo shared this, if they're just shooting a random person in a bed. Now, at the same time, the ones whatever you want to call it, the Hayat al-Sham freedom fighters, And here's the point is we're supposed to believe that these people have now liberated the country, right? Well, then why is everything in chaos? Why are they shooting people in the streets? Why are they burning buildings down? Why is the central bank being openly looted by the very people you're telling us have taken control? Because that's what's happening. People are running out with bags full of money and who knows what, gold bars. Look, some of those are pretty heavy. Look at that. And this person simply makes a good point. Says Syria's central bank is looted, creating overnight millionaires. Seen it before? Ask Tom Cotton about it from Iraq. That's him in Iraq. A lot of money was stolen from that place. Lastly on this, I just think it's funny to point this out. I was just mentioning this. Typical partisan media using things and manipulating people. Wall Street MAV, I guess, that's a new name for him, I guess, says, which armed group won the war in Syria? Very, very, either they're this uninformed or using this to oversimplify something. This is an old article, by the way, from during Trump's administration. Funny how they cut that part out. It's from 2016. It says the one backed by the CIA or the one backed by the Pentagon? Or was it the one backed by Saudi Arabia or was it ISIS? I'm so confused. Los Angeles Times. In Syria, militias armed by the Pentagon fight those armed by the CIA. I was just talking about this. Well, they would love for you to think this must be now. It's not, though. This is an article from the LA Times from the 2016. Now, yes, this was started before Trump was into power. The point is, as we just showed you, all the way through his administration, it never stopped. So when you can show this article about this, ask yourself why they would crop this to make it look like a new article and why Elon Musk would share it and say, our tax dollars are somehow funding both sides again. Either they're this lazy or they're trying to make you think it's happening now, which, by the way, it still is in a very broad way. The point is they're all doing it. Trump's Pentagon and CIA were doing the same thing. And by the way, whether or not this has been the same dynamic up until now is questionable. I'm of the mind that this was a clumsy thing that happened and that made them look really stupid. The point is the CIA and the Pentagon are arguably in the same direction of what they're trying to accomplish in the large picture. So for them to frame it like this is an interest of their administration, of their perception, of how this is how bad and confused they all are. We're going to fix everything. I'm just telling you, it's gross how openly manipulative they are. Don't you think you'd want to know that this was something that was going on during Trump's administration or was maybe, 8 years ago? Or what is it? More than that, 10 years ago. Right? I mean, it's pretty strange, right? Or what was it? What did I say the date was on this? 2016. So the point is that this is clearly being used in a way now that they want you to think that it's something from recent, which you could argue this isn't even how it turned out. They ended up aligning and you see what I'm saying? I'm so frustrated. Now they have a right to lie or be wrong all they want. I'm just simply trying to highlight how they're rising up the ones who are deliberately wrong or dishonest or terrible at what they do. Collectively, what? I don't know. Elon's got what? How many million followers now? 207 million? That's ridiculous. Just use your discernment, guys. Recognize that most of these partisan screamers on Twitter are actively misleading you, even by accident half the time. So Biden says the fall of Assad is a fundamental act of justice. Right. It's an act of justice to allow a head-chopping Islamic terrorism group that you have funded into power to be able to frame any Islam that way or anything brown that way. That group taking power is an act of justice, really, as they continue to murder people. I mean, he probably knows that. It doesn't matter. As Derek writes or points out, this article from 2022 seems relevant. Syrian foreign minister from 2022, Minister Mekdad, calls for a new world order. Western powers wanted Syria to change Israel policy or face consequences, he says. Very revealing. It says, quote, at the United Nations, where I served as Syrian ambassador for 11 years, the Western countries said that we should change our policies toward Israel or face consequences. See, that's the CARP mentality. Do what we want or you're going to suffer. Is that what everyone thinks the world's supposed to be like? Okay, imagine if that was if the situations were reversed. Well, it's certainly possible. Russia or China have a lot of power. What if they decide to act that way? Would it be wrong if they act that way? Is it only right to force countries to do what you want if you pretend you have the moral high ground? See my point? Like, it's all subjective. So if they were coming at us and saying, we're going to make you scared every day of your life because that's the only way we can be free, is it wrong for them to do that? In their minds, it is, because we're the only ones that have the right to be in that position. It's imperial hubris. It really is, as Arab Bertrand wrote. But the point, they're threatening this country to change because they want for Israel. Is that in the interest of world peace? Is that in the interest of anything other than what Israel wants from the United States? It says Mr. Magdad revealed this, that the Assad government confrontationist policy towards Israel played a role behind the prolonged conflict in Syria. It is arguing for a new world system. Syrian minister said illegal intervention in the sovereign affairs of a developing country should not be tolerated, obviously. He additionally said, it's just so ridiculous. You guys see that? There's no reason that should happen. I'm right here. Click this. Boop. Platform really sucks. And it says, we can't import wheat and we can't grow sufficient food as the U.S. is occupying northeastern parts of Syria. Our oil wells are in the northeast Syria, and Americans are selling oil from that area to Turkey and separatist groups, which they then use to help those groups take down Syria. Supporting forces that targeted Syria. He cautioned that the groups that targeted Syria could also target Turkey. Now, to be clear, I do think this platform is ridiculous and bad in a lot of ways, but as always, regardless of its functionality, it's the real-time information that makes it important. Whether it's because of Twitter or not, it's because I would argue any of the other platforms that have this much engagement, it'd be the same concept. That's why it's valuable, because even as they censor it, you can get real-time information. Before I play this, though, I'm going to play that clip I put up before on that same point. Ultimately, the idea here, which was the main thing, threatening these countries to do what they want, and for a foreign country. Very important to understand where that really comes from.
This starts, and it's really fascinating to go back. It starts in 1996 with Netanyahu, who wrote a book called Fighting Terrorism. And the thesis of the book is quite straightforward and very dangerous. He says, there's Hamas, there's Hezbollah, they oppose Israel. It's not good for us to fight them directly. That won't work. What we need to do is topple the governments that back them. So what we need is regime change throughout the Middle East. And he actually gave a long list of 7 countries that included Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, and Lebanon. And systematically, the United States has done Netanyahu's bidding for almost 30 years now, going to war with every one of them except for the big one that Netanyahu so much longs for, which is the war directly between the United States and Iran.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me, and one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
It's what we're doing. It's what the U.S. government is doing. It's very transparent. You combine that with everything else we've talked about in this conversation, even just from today, it makes it incredibly obvious. Now, I want to go back to the point. This is the day after Assad, December 9th, and they're just highlighting that they had a deal they were working on. right? The Biden administration was already working to try to have Assad step aside, or at the very least, stop working with the Iran and Libya, or Lebanon, excuse me. And so the point is that at least Sputnik reported that he did step back, called for transition, which is where I think that Israel took advantage. So I think it's important to highlight that. And this is just a general point that I wanted to highlight about people, looking back to the situation, all the people celebrating. And I made this point a lot yesterday or last show, but this is just another example. Combat points out this person saying, I asked myself, why did I topple Saddam's statue? Is the guy talking about that he did it? I'd put it back up if I could. I was so happy the day Americans came, he said. Then things started to get worse. Saddam was gone, but in his place, we got 1,000 Saddams. Iraq has been stolen from us. It's the same thing. I just wish we could be honest about that. Now, as Afsharin Rafsani from Going Underground points out, propaganda media outlets in NATO countries are continuously repeating the lies that 90% of Syrians lived in poverty by the end of Bashar al-Assad's rule. Now, there's some level of truth to it, but just like with Venezuela, you could prove that before they started destroying the country, that was not the reality. It was fact, as we just showed you in the thread, it was the opposite. And the reality is that just like with Venezuela or Iran, they actively go after these things and then turn around and blame them for why they're like that. Sanctions, attacks, destabilization, food supply chain manipulation, and then they go, look at how they're starving. They can't even keep care of their people. It's disgusting. And he writes, what they won't tell you is that the U.S. occupied the area of Syria with most of its oil and gas fields. That's what we keep pointing to, and that's what even Trump says. We took the oil and systematically looted those oil and gas reserves for years. Let me see. I thought I had it right there. Let's see.
My message to
Guess not. That's crazy. I could have swore that I saved that. In any case, I just played it just 2 days ago that, Trump is on the record saying, we took the oil. We told you to stay for the oil. And he says, and systematically looted these oil and gas reserves for years, which in turn denied Assad's government vital revenue to sustain the Syrian economy and created chronic fuel shortages. I mean, that alone, guys, is obvious to see what will be the repercussions of that. The people will suffer. But of course, the Western elitist class, the media class, the partisan class just cannot or is incapable of being honest about this because it does not suit their interests. On top of this, they won't even mention the crippling sanctions either, which has been a popular tool in the regime change toolkit for the U.S. to create conditions so unbearable that it leads to the population turning on their own government. Just like I played from Giuliani the day saying that people are starving and that's what leads to a good revolution. It's like they know what they're doing. Richard Medhurst points out many Syrians preferred Assad purely because of his foreign policy, not domestic. How can anyone in the U.S. empire who boycotted Kamala and Trump over Gaza criticize Syrians who also put foreign policy and Palestine first? This is hypocritical and contradiction of positions. He says the irony is that Syria had free healthcare and education under Assad, stability and security, just like Iraq and Libya did. Americans have nothing. I mean, you can disagree with that, but the point is that you can't pretend like Libya is the great example. Free healthcare, free education, highest quality of life in all of Africa, going towards a gold backed dinar, and they destroy it all and claim that they liberated them and it became an open slave market. And they've never really recovered. Period. End of story. It's ridiculous. And it's always been that clear. Same thing they're doing now. He says their ruling class eat them alive in the United States to the point Americans openly celebrate the murder of CEOs and murdered in the healthcare industry, and they call other countries regimes. Steve Sweeney, reporting from Beirut-based war correspondent, says, I've been speaking to people that have fled Syria, and they are describing horrific scenes in Homs. This is from today. Terror groups hunting down former soldiers and members of the Shia community, just like every other time they've put these people in a position of power. Slitting throats and even beheading people, all happening again. All of which is being sanitized or ignored by Western media, like every time before this, and others who were accused of acting as PR for Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Craig Murray, again, pointing out what he finds. Actually, I don't think I have the video of this. I was just going to yeah, I was just going to read it to you. He simply says, I find what is really happening at the border. Oh, that's right. It's 7 minutes long. At the border at Lebanon-Syria border is entirely different than what the media narrative is. Surprise, surprise. Of a mass return of jubilant Syrians. Because right now what they're trying to pretend is that now that they're back in control, which isn't really the reality, that all these Syrians are flooding back into Syria. Well, he's on the border. He's telling you it's a lie. He says there are officially 775,000 Syrian refugees in Lebanon, according to the United Nations. The numbers are negligible. So as always, guys, they're using the plight of a people to justify their terrorism organizations, their terrorist acts, their occupation, their theft, being the villain. Another point from Iraqi Christian Foundation saying Benjamin Netanyahu, here he is in the Golan Heights screaming about how he's in control of Syria, saying Benjamin Netanyahu is one of the biggest threats to the indigenous Middle Eastern Christian communities today, which is the truth. He lied about WMDs to force Iraq war, resulting in 1.3 million destroyed Christians in Iraq. Pushed for ISIS invasion of Chaldean and Syriac Christian towns in northern Iraq in 2014. Pushed for the Syria war, resulting in over 2 million destroyed Greek, Orthodox, and Armenian Syrian Christians. Armed Azerbaijan to ethnically cleanse Armenian Christians. Guys, this is classic. It's consistent. Just like we've been telling you, the war on terror, you walk from country to point to point. What they did was annihilate Christian populations in Christian locations and destroy Christian communities. Now, in regard to what Israel is currently doing, continuing from what we showed you in the last show, as Craig Murray from the 8th pointed out, two astonishing things. One, Israel has just annexed hundreds more square kilometers of Syria and launched hundreds of bombing attacks on Syria's military and civilian infrastructure without the new regime in Syria firing a single shot against Israel. You just can't misunderstand that. In the UK, liberal Democrats like Owen Jones and Salafists like, what is this? 5 Pillars still refuse to accept that the coup was organized by Israel and the United States, despite overwhelming evidence, which tells you a lot about Owen Jones. In this new anti-war article, U.S., Israel, and Turkey launch airstrikes in Syria. This is yesterday, after cheering regime change. Why? No one's fighting back. There is no resistant force. What are you bombing? I mean, it's a very simple point that it should just wake everybody up to this, because the game was to destroy this. And then Hayat al-Sham is there in power. Why aren't they angry? Why aren't they fighting back? Because they're all on the same side. They're bombing what they claim. I'm willing to bet you that what they claim they're bombing ISIS. I think it's all military infrastructure and just civilians. And they're doing this to give the impression, that this is an ongoing thing. So they're not expected to start saving people and turning this back around, what they would pretend they would do. Reconstruction is because they're in the middle of a battle. They can't, right? As well as the fact that they want to justify bombing all of the infrastructure so they can never reestablish Syria. John Hudson points out, this is on the 8th, 2 days ago. The U.S. bombed 75 targets in Syria. This is from Central Command. They report it right there. 75. For what purpose? You weren't fighting anybody. I'll hammer that. It's just, it needs to be overly expressed. They were deliberately bombing infrastructure at a point when nobody was resisting. You know what that's called? Terrorism. It's pretty simple. Department of Defense on the 9th. DOD's mission is to defeat ISIS in Syria. Talk about reactive, right? We just bombed 75 installations of the Syrian government. ISIS, that's right. We're going after ISIS. We forgot about that. That's why we're doing that. Bombing ISIS. Good? This is stupid. Oh, you mean the ISIS that Trump defeated 14 times? I'm sure he'll say that again tomorrow. Funny how that works out. Anthony Blinken on the 8th, that they bombed 75 targets, as Saul Rod points out. 75 targets. He goes, after 14 years, the Syrian people finally have a reason for hope. The United States strongly supports a peaceful transition of power. Bombing everything. I don't see a transition of anything. I see your terrorist groups sitting in positions of power and you bombing whatever you want. How is that a peaceful anything for the Syrian people? Mr. Antony knows that. He's a monster. Absolute disgusting human being. Candace Owens, same thing, 75 targets. She goes, LOL, Israel and America fund and arm ISIS, which they do, and Al-Qaeda, which they do. And after they do our dirty work, we just murder them and take the land. That's what she was referencing in the interview with Horton, right? The entire world can see this now. Now, again, I agree, but I just don't know if I think that's always the plan, or if it's just use whatever you can, whenever you can, and sacrifice whatever you need, whenever you need it. Who cares what agreements we've made? Either way, the point is core, the same point. They work with the terrorist groups, and they're willing to use them and in the location to justify bombing to do the next step. All of which sacrifices the safety of the people they claim they're fighting for, including you, by the way. Ali Abunimah points out, I thought the official script was supposed to be a Syrian popular revolution, right? Well, here's Joe Biden saying that they're responsible, directly thanks to the Ukraine and Israel. How's that work out?
The upshot for all this is, for the first time ever, neither Russia, nor Iran, nor Hezbollah could defend this abhorrent regime in Syria. And this is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel, have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States.
God, I mean, it's almost like the elephant in the room that you have to point out. It's crazy how this guy is he's like wobbling back and forth. You can clearly see he's struggling reading and mumbling, like he's not even enunciating. It's crazy. And this is supposed to be the guy in power. It's just, and realize that it's the same with Trump, by the way. Not that he's senile, but it's just that these people are puppets, guys. That's the point.
Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States. And this is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense.
Have blows? So he comes off saying it's because of Ukraine and Israel that they did this, that they came off the blows of their self-defense. I mean, could you not at least try to write that more? I mean, it's just so lazy. So can we just move past this lie that they're always in some state of perpetual self-defense? I mean, you can't make this more dumb. Like, if you know you're always going to be arguing you're defending yourself, at least give us a gap where you're not always saying that. Like, you realize if you're in a war, you can't always be defending yourself. There's going to be a time where you're fighting, right? Again, I don't know if it's desperation or almost at some crazy level we're supposed to see this. But either way, it's really stupid that he can stand there and tell you that these overt acts of aggression using terrorist organizations are somehow still Israel. We've won all in self-defense. It's like, this is so stupid. By definition, that's not possible. Whatever. It's ridiculous.
With unflagging support of the United States. Over the past 4 years, my administration pursued a clear and principled policy towards Syria. First, we made clear from the start, sanction on Assad would remain in place unless he engaged seriously in a political process.
Which he did, by the way. Of course, the lie is that he was not engaging. Yeah, he was, though. You guys refused to engage with him. Like, that's how dishonest this is. You guys refused. You said he doesn't exist. We won't allow Syria to reconstruct until Assad's out of the way. That's what you said publicly. Now it's that he refused to engage, and that's why we sanctioned until he did. Like, they're just rewriting the history because they need to make it look like they weren't punitively sanctioning all of Syria for a decade because they just didn't want that guy. It's simple as that. And by the way, always funding terrorists, and now we watch that group become the power structure.
End the civil war, as outlined by the UN Security Council resolution passed in 2015.
Oh, so the resolution outlined by Hamas, apparently, according to Israel. So, but we want that Hamas resolution because we like it.
But Assad refused. So we carried out a comprehensive sanction program against him and all those responsible for atrocities against the Syrian people. Second, we maintained our military presence in Syria, our counter-ISIS, to counter the support of local partners as well on the ground.
Oh, is that what it was? Trump openly admitted he was there to take the oil. I guess we'll just ignore that.
Their partners, never ceding an inch of territory, taking out leaders of ISIS, ensuring that ISIS can never establish a safe haven there again. Third, we've supported Israel's freedom of action against Iranian networks in Syria.
Okay, that doesn't matter. It's still a crime. Just because you support an illegal action does not therefore make it okay. You can't just bomb who you want, wherever you want, because you don't like them being there. By that logic, Iran could bomb anything in Israel or anything in the United States at any time, and you would call it terrorism. So what's the difference? Because they're Iran and you're the United States. That's it. Simple. It's always good when you do it. It's always bad when they do it. Anybody confused?
And against actors aligned with Iran who transported lethal aid to Lebanon.
Which is not a crime because they're allies. Same point.
And when necessary, ordered the use of military force against Iranian networks to protect U.S. forces. Our approach is shifting.
I mean, does anybody want to point out in any case where Iran has attacked U.S. forces outside of you illegally invading Syria, which Iranian forces were defending that illegal occupation, which is where Soleimani responded, or the idea that in any context from that point forward where you claim that they attacked, anytime we can see Iran engaging at this point is because they're responding to these attacks, and they're usually bombing a place in Iraq where the U.S. is illegally occupying. Rarely, we saw the rare example in Tel Aviv where they told them they were going to bomb. But every 30 seconds, you can see the U.S. bombing a foreign country, occupying, stealing, killing. Israel's raping and torturing. But we're going to talk about them being the aggressive actor.
To the balance of power in the Middle East. Through this combination of support for our partners, sanctions, diplomacy, and targeted military force when necessary, we now see new opportunities opening up for the people of Syria and for the entire region.
Gross.
Looking ahead, the United States will do the following. First, we'll support Syria's neighbors, including Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Israel, should any threat arise from Syria.
Okay, all of which you're occupying, by the way. Literally, you're occupying. It's not even worth wasting your time on this absolute mumbling fool. He's struggling to read off whoever wrote that on the teleprompter. The truth is that they're openly working with terrorist organizations to destabilize all of those locations other than Israel. And even that is actually happening too by default because of what they're doing. And this is another clip I'll just skip because we're going to wrap up here. But Joe Biden has announced, this is the 8th, that the U.S. government's directly involving in Syria, backing the rebellion, which includes groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. To the point, we will help ensure stability in eastern Syria, protecting our ally and personnel against any threats. So think about how dumb it is to stand here and tell us that you're bombing for Al-Qaeda, but you're continuing to fight in Syria to make sure we hold off Al-Qaeda. That's the point of those two videos. They're bombing right now to support this group, and they're also bombing and claiming they're fighting them. They've lost the plot. Lindsey Graham, of course, Patrick Henningsen says they basically neocons need ISIS. The point is that just like Zionism needs to pretend they're saving Judaism, it's the same kind of idea. He says, with the recent collapse of Assad regime in Syria, the game changes dramatically. It's because a big loss for Russia and Iran, which is good. He says, however, the jihadist forces that they're supporting have replaced Assad, create major problems for Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. Guys, you're the ones telling us in other tweets that they're better than Assad or that they're somebody we should support even. I mean, Israel is on the ground working alongside them. The U.S. is bombing for their support, as Biden just said. And here's Lindsey Graham telling us that they're a threat to Israel, even though they just stood up and said Israel's our friend. Oh, wait, never mind. Now we don't like them. Bad guy the next day. He says, as U.S. interest to Syria, there's over 50,000 ISIS prisoners primarily being held in Kurdish forces, basically saying that they might let them out. Get wink, wink. Get where this is going. They're going to use this to pretend this whole thing, like they're recreating the war on terror, which lasted 20 years. Meanwhile, they're taking whatever they want from whichever place they want. He also says, I appreciate the airstrikes against ISIS targets in Syria. That's how they're playing this. We're fighting ISIS over here. But it will not be enough. Realize, whether we're talking about Al-Qaeda or ISIS, they're both on the same side. They're both on the side of Israel and the United States. We have to ensure that they're roughly 50,000, same point, not being released. He says we should not allow the Kurdish forces to be threatened by Turkey or the radical Islamists who have taken over Syria. The groups that we were just told are supposed to be there, that Israel's supporting, that Trump said, or it's not our fight. I mean, how do you make sense of any of this? They have so many overlapping lies that don't connect that it's just becoming clumsy. Brian Grimm is pointing that out. Saying we draw a line at ISIS is such a funny American policy. It's simply saying we're clear-eyed about the fact that ISIS will try to take advantage of a vacuum to reestablish its capability to create safe haven, Mr. Biden said. We will not let that happen. As they were saying before, they need that. They need the illusion that what they're doing is holding at bay the evil villain. It's exactly what Israel tried to do with Hamas. It's saying a swarm of their planes and warplanes hit more than 75 targets. We just told you that. It says, quote, there should be no doubt that we will not allow ISIS to reconstitute and take advantage. Saying all organizations in Syria should know that we will hold them accountable if they partner with ISIS. Well, the group currently in power is already partnered with ISIS. Stupid. The situation for the United States is all the more complicated by its own transition in Washington. Mr. Biden has just 6 weeks left. So he's simply saying, pointing out, that's ISIS is the bad guy, but we're good with Al-Qaeda in power because it suits our interests. And then this person says, except it leaves out the rest of it, which already, and this is how dumb this gets. So right now, they're trying to stress the idea that past 2017, well, we know he's reformed, right? He changed. Same thing they did with the Azov movement, where you can see their reports from like the month before it happened, where they're going, definite Nazis who are right to this very day are sig heiling and supporting it. And then the next day, well, 4 years ago, they reformed and they're no longer Nazis. And that's the narrative they go with, right? Well, this is from, I think this is Wikipedia. But at the same point, you're going to find everywhere. It says, al-Jilani announced the dissolution of Jabhat al-Fat al-Sham and its merger into a larger organization, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Then it says, the U.S. government quickly rejected this rebranding, with the U.S. Embassy in Syria stating that the core of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is Nusra, a designated terrorist organization. This designation applies regardless of what name it uses or what group it merges with. The embassy characterized Hayat Tahrir al-Sham's formation as an attempt to, quote, hijack the Syrian revolution rather than a move toward moderation. But wait, never mind. Now we like that narrative, so change. Now today, since 2017, we've all said that they've reformed. That's how done this is. They don't care that you can see it, apparently. And I played this earlier, but here's Assad telling you that Trump is controlled by the deep state. It says, whatever you may think of Assad, David Icke writes, he had Trump sussed in 2017, and the same will play out again. It already is, and he's not even in office yet.
The problem in the United States is about the whole political system. It's not about one person. Trump's election has proven again for us, again and again, that the president is only a performer. He's not the decision maker. He's part of different lobbies and the deep state, or the deep regime, as we can call it, who implement and dictate on the president what should he be doing. And the proof to what I'm saying, that Trump, after he became president, he swallowed most of the promises and the word that he was boosting during his campaign. He made 180 turn in nearly every promise. So why? Because the deep state wouldn't allow him to go in certain direction. That's why, for me, dealing with him as a person, it could be, but can that person deliver? No. In the United States, president cannot deliver. The whole state, the deep state only, is the one who can deliver. And this is the problem. This deep state doesn't accept partners around the world. They only accept puppets. They only accept followers. They only accept proxies. That's what they accept. We're not any of these. Exactly.
You're starting to get a sense on why he's removed from power? As Sarah Abdallah points out, coming into today and forward, or technically last night, but this first one, Israel's massively bombing Latakia in Syria right now, a city that has stood for over 4,000 years. Remember, nobody's fighting back, guys. Nobody's resisting. Israel is literally annihilating Syria, and the West is celebrating it as liberation. That's how disgusting this is. This is tonight, or rather, hold on. Was that the same? I thought that was the 10th. Yeah, that was the middle of the day. That's strange. I thought that this next day. Well, the rest of them are from today, but this one is again last night, saying Damascus yesterday night launched over 250 air raids on Syria just in the past 48 hours, and continues advancing on Syrian soil. Not a peep from the so-called international community. I guess outrage is strictly reserved for Ukraine. Mencho Sint points out Israel, and guys, this is very easy to show right now. Israel is destroying Syrian air bases, military and defense systems, intelligence, military and government structures. While we're fighting ISIS, and they're just systematically taking out anything that both the military or the civilian population might need. Gaza 2.0. Basically, they're demilitarizing Syria. There's videos. It's very easy to see, guys. It's all over the place. Here's Suppressed News pointing out the same thing. More than 250 Israeli strikes on Syria in the past 48 hours, targeting Air Force, Navy, everything that's important to the country. Syrian Girl says the next thing these, quote, revolutionaries will tell you is that, quote, freeing Syria was worth letting Israel destroy Syria and stealing her land. They've been saying that from the start. Traitors. Israel's radar account points the IDF announces 70 to 80% of Assad's regime military capabilities destroyed. See how that works? So Israeli media is over here going, look at what we did. Well, your government's going, we're fighting ISIS. It's that effing easy to see. They just know the Israel loves to take credit for what they're doing that makes the U.S. look stupid. So their audience looks over there and goes, look at dumb Biden lying while we know what we're doing. It's demonstrating control over U.S. policy. They love it. You just took out civilian, they bombed civilians all over the place. That was explicitly clear from the 8th forward. But here, they're telling you we took out these military capabilities, which, by the way, kills innocent people every time they do this, while nobody's resisting, in order to destroy what they could use in anything going forward. So this is not some transition of power. This is the destruction of everything Syrian, like everything else we've talked about. It says, so the IDF had its entire Syrian army mapped out, and it's now knocking out all its major assets based on precise intel. They're just publicly telling you this. Rania Kalek points out that the Israeli Navy has now carried out large-scale operations to destroy former Assad's Navy fleet. For what? Same point. No one's fighting back. It is really unnerving to see how much this can happen on full display. What it needs to show you is how many people are circling around this complete broken system and are just feeding off it like a bunch of parasites and are unwilling to show you the truth. And they see it. Trust me, it's very obvious. It says, no, Assad's fleet, this is a fleet that belongs to the country of Syria. And they're destroying it anyway. Patrick Henningsen points out, and he called this, by the way, back on the 4th, that they were floating the idea of white helmets were coming back, get ready for a chemical weapons attack. And really all that happened was moron Elon Levy came out and pointed to what the Israeli news was saying. They on the 6th, IDF attacks a chemical weapons plan, right? They just had to throw it out there, so it's like some kind of a narrative for them to bite at. We were fighting the evil chemical weapons Assad regime. And the point was, he predicted it, and they followed through. But here's the crazy part. This, just like the October 7th forward, kind of clumsy, just things got floated like weeks apart as if they were the same thing. Same thing here. You'll see it's the same report. But back then they were going, look, we got the chemical weapons. So here's a new one on the 9th. And you can read it. This said Monday. That was the same day that they had struck chemical weapons depots. There's no evidence of any of this. They're just saying, look, whether they did or not, the point is they're destroying everything else. So this is about trying to create the narrative they're fighting evil things while they're literally the embodiment of evil, destroying everything Syrian. Now, Craig Murray also points out Israel has taken land in Syria up to twice the size of the Gaza Strip, and Israeli tanks are now 30 miles away from Damascus and possibly closer. This is a full-on occupation. Yet Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the group we're being told is in control and apparently not in line with Israel, right? Because they're Islamists and they're enemies, right? Okay, then why have they not fired a single shot, he says. Not one shot as an Israeli soldier. If that doesn't make you understand what's happening, nothing will. And that's the point here. Even Keith Woods shows you what the Wikipedia page is saying. In Israel's invasion of Syria, there's a page for it. Opponents, none. It's very clear. Commanders, leaders, one side, Benjamin Netanyahu, the other one, none. Units involved, none. Strength, none. No one is fighting back, even according to their documented page, okay? And so my point was the same. So honest people will immediately be asking who, why they are bombing then, right? Where's my honest people at? It's just got to be the most obvious question. It shouldn't be that crazy. It's that they're destroying this. But the question you can then ask is why? But just acknowledge they are destroying civilian and military infrastructure when nobody's fighting back. So that makes it terrorism. All of this are crimes, every part of it. Marwan Oswin points out Israel has seized 240 square kilometers of Syrian land over the past 24 hours. This is between the 8th and the 9th. But the land is not enough. They've claimed our skies too. Our skies, which no longer belong to us. Decades of relentless Israeli aggression, and the world remains silent and is now watching as Syrian bleeds. Our sovereignty is trampled, our skies violated, and yet no one speaks, no one moves. How many more violations will it take? How many more lives must be sacrificed before the world sees what the natives of this region have endured? It breaks my heart. Mohammed Shihada points out a military map, in case you wanted to see it. This is from yesterday. Much worse today. Israel is pummeling Syria in a blatantly unprovoked assault. Now realize, guys, an assault. No one's fighting back. It's almost like, even when I talk about the people, it's like it gets lost in the conversation. You read this and you go, oh, they're in the middle of a fight. No, there's nobody. They're bombing whatever's in front of them for no reason. Craig Murray was saying this the day this started. They're just bombing civilian areas to make it look like they're engaging. And here they're in some unprovoked assault. Not a single Western government would ever say Syria has a right to defend itself. Well, also because it seems that nobody is. The talking point is solely reserved for Israel and has always meant Israel has a right to do whatever it wants with full impunity. Because the truth is, if they were fighting back, they would call them terrorists. Syrian Girl points out an important aspect of this. We've mentioned this in the past, the Yinon plan. Israel's balkanization plan for Syria. Look it up under Yinon plan or clean break paper. Notice the blue region and how close it is to Syria's invasion or Israel's invasion of Syria and the buffer zone plans. Now notice where they're bombing. Okay, look, this is the plan. Interesting, Kurdish, where the U.S. already has a lot of that area. Well, look at the blue areas where they were supposed to be their Golan Heights buffer zone area. Well, look at what's going on. See how simple it is to see this stuff if you just care to look. Anti-war reports yesterday, the U.S. government openly backs Israel's land grab in Syria. Right? They're literally pretending this is some kind of a buffer zone to keep them safe. Well, how about if you want a buffer zone, make it in your own country? The idea that you need to illegally steal land to make a buffer zone because they're a bad guy is so blatantly dishonest and illegal, but that's what everything else they do, right? But I'll read what somebody else wrote to make it even more clear. He says, to clarify, Israel's claim is nonsense. Here's what the Associated Press is saying. Netanyahu says Israeli forces have seized a buffer zone, otherwise known as illegal occupation. By the way, the Golan Heights, that's what he's going to say in a second, is an illegal occupation. So you already have an illegal occupation. He says, Israel's justification for illegally occupying Syrians' Golan Heights since 1967, and this is right now on the record, is that it acts as a, quote, buffer zone from a strategic high ground. Okay? So now they're stealing land beyond that under the guise of a buffer zone. So he says, you don't need a buffer zone to defend a buffer zone. They're illegally occupied for 57 years. It pains me how lazy they are with this because they know that the power structures don't care. They're on their side or are completely overtaken by them, whichever one it is. So they can just lazily do this and almost because I almost begin to wonder if they think it's fun to watch as we see them and they get away with it. Either way, you're occupying land. You're just using the same excuse, and we can look it up, what you said. They don't care. Saul Stanforth points out what the UK is saying. McFadden on Israel bombing Syria. Quote, it's making sure its position in the Golan is secure. So, guys, it's internationally recognized that the Golan Heights is illegally occupied Syrian territory. So this guy knows that and is saying they're going to take more to make sure that illegally taken land is safe. That's what he's saying. He goes, that's supported by the UK, she asks. And he says, we will always support Israel's right to defend itself. Oh my God. So you could just keep taking land forever and say, that's how we're going to secure ourselves. Now that we've taken that land, now we're not secure at the border because we've taken land. So we're going to take more land. That'll be the buffer zone. 10 days later, now we need another buffer zone. You could buffer zone, you're taking over the world, apparently. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, these people, it just makes you wonder how in the world anybody allows these kind of cretins to be in power. Lord Bebo saying Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has now ordered the army to take full control of what we're just pointing to, another buffer zone. His statement in the ministry said he ordered the establishment of a security zone, on top of the security zone that's already there. Immediately prevent, suppress the resumption of the arms smuggling. You mean with the groups that you just put in power, the groups that were just high-fiving you on the border, the groups that you were giving medical treatment to in the Golan Heights? Just lazy. Katz also said the destruction of the strategic weapons in Syria will continue, including stockpiles of air missiles. Why? Why not just take them for your own? See my point? Like, why are they just annihilating all this? Because I'll argue, I don't think they even have the ability to fully take Syria right now and just occupy it. So they're just going to annihilate everything, so there's no chance somebody could fill that role. That's what it seems like to me. So Katz instructed the military to establish contacts with the Druze community. That community just recently kicked Netanyahu out of the community because they said he's not welcome there. Because he was trying to pretend like he's there to support his people. They don't want you there. They're not Israel. That's Syrian territory, and they know that. That he's just simply saying that they basically had everyone focusing on that prison in Syria, and while they were doing that, they were destroying everything Syrian. And it works. All these mindless corporate stooges followed right along with what they were pointing to. And in South Syria, Yunus Tarawi, showing you that not only are they doing everything we just showed you, but now they're literally rolling in and they're taking over Syria. Now, again, whether they can officially occupy it, like from a military government standpoint, is I don't think they can. But they're they're rolling in and doing whatever they want. Scenes obtained showing Israeli soldiers from the Negev Brigade Special Operations Unit invading a village in Quintiera in southern Syria, but unusually not armored vehicles. So as for all we know, they're just tearing in there and just rape and pillage. They're getting away with it. Here's Israeli media. They said, quote, Syria's laid out in front of us. I'm calling on those who call the shots. Occupy as much territory as possible. Not temporary. This should be ours. See the point, guys? Because this is what they've radicalized their population into. They want the Greater Israel Project, and they are not quiet about it. So now when they start doing it, their population is chomping at the bit for the thing that they're pretending isn't happening. Just like with Lebanon, just like with Gaza, it's always that clear. These people are maniacs. And then, as Patrick points out, the Assad must go fanatics just now discovering they got played by Israel. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. I know some of the people out there, I find it more likely that they're on a certain side. But either way, this person writes, there's no excuse for Israel to target newly liberated territories now. See, this person clearly is just lying to themselves. This is considered an act of aggression. Yeah. Well, that's what, as Patrick's saying, that's what you get for welcoming in a foreign army taking over your country because you bought propaganda from the United States. He says there are no longer Assad forces or Iranian forces. They have liberated our country and Israeli airstrikes on weapons depots are now aggression because these weapons belong to the Syrian state. Yeah, you're right. They don't care though. See how that works? In the new Syria, he says, we are not a hostile country and therefore Israel must stop these strikes. Yeah, good luck with that. It's just shocking to me that anybody can be that lost in this conversation. It's obvious what's going on. The Cradle points out the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham group, guess what? They just pulled up to the shores of Lebanon. Al-Jadid reports that Hayat Tahrir al-Sham militants have arrived at the Arita border crossing between Lebanon and Syria. Here we go. I mean, guys, get ready. If you think this is going to stop short, these people, like whether it's because Israel wants it or not, they just let the gates out on this horrifying terrorist organization who are raping and pillaging and stealing and beating and executing people in the square. And they're out, and then the media's over here going, revolution, freedom. Like it's just like the people that took over in Azov in Ukraine. They were horrifying. And they said freedom. Right? In Syria, they shot protesters and blamed it on that. They said freedom. Venezuela, right? They were throwing Molotov cocktails and going, and they did it. Freedom. Like it's just so constant. They're always supporting the worst person around and pretending they're the best in the room. Now, I'm going to leave these for later, actually, just because I'm ready to wrap up. The bottom line, guys, is it's very, very clear what this is. It's like everything else we've been talking about in the last 6 months or a year. It's become very obvious. The information's all right there. It's easy to look up if you care to look for yourself. The important point to take away from this is the elements we're discussing, not just Hayat al-Sham, but the origin points. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, these are U.S.-Israeli entities. It's not, again, this is not some debatable opinion. The evidence is very clear. That's where Trump gets that founder point, but it relates to, through his administration, by the way, but it goes back well before Obama. The reality is clear that they have been radicalizing elements for a very long time and using them and then acting like they're fighting them in order to suppress populations that don't want to bow to their interests. That makes them the villain of the conversation, the one using the worst person in order to coerce other people into giving up things they want for their benefit. See, my point is always is you can have the terrorists they're moving around, right? These are just people that we're murderers. We kill because we want to take things. That's a horrible person. But I argue it's far, far worse to be the person who is screaming, I'm the good guy, while using them to secretly kill you, secretly rape and pillage, and then take the benefits for themselves while still professing to be the one doing good to the world. That's worse, in my opinion. That means you are just as bad as a terrorist, but you are so deranged and psychopathic that you're willing to stand up and try to take credit for doing good while knowing that you're hurting everyone. There's something especially evil about that, and we need to start calling this what it is. Because we can't change this, guys, just like everything else we're seeing. It's so obvious what this is. We just need people to stand up and fight back. And I'm not wrong choice of words in the context of this, because I'm never advocating for violence, but push back against these narratives, especially the partisan dynamic. That's the first thing that needs to fall. Whether you want to vote or not, or vote for one of these people, recognize the partisan game of it all is why this never changes. At least in the context of the United States. We could tip this over the edge if we just stop falling into that game. If we stop supporting Israel with what they're doing. I mean, so many things could easily change with small action if we just push it further. So push it further. Really thank you for tuning in today, guys, and continuing to stand up for this stuff, because it's tough. It really is. It's tough it's tough to see this going on, but it's even, imagine living through this. Imagine if this was your neighborhood, right? If these were your children, if you watched your historic community get destroyed and then people are saying you're a bad guy. You know, and this, I could be talking about any one of these locations. It's worse when you could see these people out there trying to use their plight to benefit themselves. And that's what the political conversation is. So help, just at the very least, get awareness around this topic and highlight these focal points. Make these clips, by the way, as I keep saying, and I will share them if you want to tag me. I think some of these parts need to get out further. But thank you for tuning in. As always, I love you all. Question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Believe it or not, weird as it sounds, the U.S. has been fighting Israel's wars for decades. It's been a disaster for the United States, trillions of dollars. By the way, the Israel lobby puts in, $100 million and it gets out trillions on the other side of absolutely horrendous, useless, reckless wars fought on Israel's behalf. Well, Netanyahu, as I said, he doesn't view it as a failure because the U.S. keeps complying. It keeps going along with this. It hasn't stood up and said, you ruined us in 2003. You promised we'd take out Saddam Hussein and all would be well. You told us to take out Bashar al-Assad. We tried to do that, and that was in 2011, and we're 13 years later, and we're still at war. You told us to take out Muammar Gaddafi, and we did that 13 years ago, and now there's still chaos. You have done such destruction, Mr. Netanyahu. Stop it. We don't say that.
No.
So he just keeps doing this. And maybe, and I'm sure that he thinks, with Donald Trump, now I can really do it. Now we'll go to war with Iran. The other side of this was the idea that, yes, we'll do that for Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, but the Saudis will come with us for free. We'll give them some weapon systems, maybe a defense pact, and they'll sign on. That was also the idea of Trump and Biden. No difference between the two in approach. But that's over if it was ever realistic. It's completely over. That's what the Crown Prince's statement today, but he's been making it repeatedly in recent months. It's over. Now, I don't know whether the Trump people understand this or not. Who knows? But they're going to find out. And Netanyahu's going to find out. And all of this is an extraordinarily reckless behavior. And Netanyahu's been one of the most destructive forces in world politics for a long time now. And he's done a lot of damage to the United States, thank you. And it's time for him to shut up, basically, to stop trying to bring the United States into war. And his latest is to bring it into war with Iran.